Yeah, that's the Potem mi opadnie. Microphone test, ok.
Halo, halo. Okay.
Próba mikrofonu. Dzień dobry Państwu. To jest jakaś gestykulacja, do tego musi być i wszystko. Rafał dzisiaj fantastycznie nam poprowadzi panel i bardzo wszystkim gratulujemy za bycie tutaj. Magdalena, słychać nas? Halo, halo. Magda, daj znak, czy nas słyszysz?
Słychać, słychać.
Okej, super. No to są kreski, wiesz, na ciebie. Tak, taki message. Jest pusto, więc tak. Mhm.
Nie no, sala pełna.
A gdzie ty masz kamerę? Hi.
Jak popatrzysz się w prawo, to pomachasz do mnie. Jeszcze. O,
Okej,
już.
dobra.
Hello.
Dobra, możesz robić zdjęcia
Pięknie.
ekranów. Hej, hello.
A, print, to się nagrywa. Print screen.
No, it's, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's room 10, but in judiciary, yeah. So it Kurtz, yes.
Test mikrofon, ok.
Ale mamy, słuchajcie, 21 osób uczestniczących w tym wydarzeniu już online, więc jest wesoło.
Czyli będziemy mieć raczej pytania online.
Madzia, to dzięki, no to będziemy Cię prosić o moderowanie. Myślę, że to
Tak
jest,
jest.
no wcześniej jest szansa, że on-site może nie być nikogo, bo to jest pierwsza sesja tutaj w ogóle.
Czy Kyoto jeszcze śpi?
Dokładnie.
Jak mówię bez mikrofonu, to słyszysz mnie, Magda? Nie.
Nie, musicie mówić do
aha,
mikrofonu, bez mikrofonu
no
was nie
właśnie.
słychać.
Czyli tylko gdzieś głos się pojawił. A Gabriela i Konrad będą widoczni, czy nie wiemy technicznie, nie? W sumie jak to będzie?
Ja ich w ogóle jeszcze nie widzę nie widzę ich wśród uczestników. O, jest Konrad.
Jest.
Cześć, dzień dobry.
Cześć.
Cześć,
Gabriela jest z nami też?
jestem.
Super,
Nie,
O,
nie
cześć.
widać?
super, bo jeszcze cię nie widzimy.
Widzę,
więc
widzę.
Dziękuję, że jesteście już.
Pozwolicie, że ja jako moderator jednak się nie pokażę o tej pierwszej 30 tutaj.
O, ja też bym wolała się nie pokazywać.
No i zaraz was zobaczymy, słuchajcie.
Chociaż
Ty mnie dobrze słychać?
Ja sobie znalazłam moją awatara mojego Google'owego, więc już tam
Okej, dobra.
odtwarzam.
To Magda na samym początku, jak tam było to wprowadzeniem, cię prosił tylko o wyświetlenie tej grafiki i na samym końcu.
Grafiki nie mogę wyświetlić, bo ona się nie ma możliwości wgrania pliku.
A udostępnienia
Zapro-
ekranu? Udostępnienia?
No mogę spróbować
Bo
udostępnić
powinnaś
ekran,
mieć
okej.
uprawnienie do udostępnienia właśnie.
Nagrywanie jest
Mnie słychać?
z tej kamery, tak. Magda, czy my jesteśmy w tej kamerze? Generalnie w sensie w obszarze kamery?
Tak,
Dobra.
widać was.
Mhm. Super, dzięki.
Gdzie my jesteśmy widoczni na wideo, w sensie u was?
Powinniśmy was widzieć na ekranie, który jest obok nas, ale na razie mamy tylko na tej ekranie planszę z Wi-Fi Access Code.
Okej.
w sumie to super by było, jakbyście się na tylnej ścianie pojawili, bo tak przynajmniej mielibyśmy do kogo mówić. Nie?
Ale nie macie... Aha, na waszej...
Nie, bo
na
są
waszej-
puste krzesła na
przed
razie.
wami.
Nie?
Mhm.
Rzeczywiście, dzisiaj chyba jest ostatni dzień, tak?
Ale są osoby online.
Gabriela, Konrad, widzicie teraz tą grafikę udostępnioną w moim okienku? Super,
Tak.
super.
Gabriela, mogłabyś włączyć na chwilkę kamerkę. Zobaczymy tylko, bo mamy już podgląd, czy wszystko dobrze widać. Aha, teraz nam mi
Już.
zniknęło.
Ale ja mam cały czas.
Ma cały czas włączone.
Aha,
Tak.
okej, dobrze, bo ja widziałem tylko screen, który udostępniasz, Magda, i Konrada widziałem na tym po lewej stronie. Być może to się potem zmieni. Magda, jak coś, to możesz już teraz wrzucić na czat informację, że jeżeli
Jest.
pojawiają się pytania. Jest super, dziękuję.
Wszystko już jest na czacie.
Good morning. I would like to kindly welcome you to today's panel, during which we'll talk about AI in the courts as an opportunity for economic proceedings. Today we would like to discuss the potential of this technology in the judiciary, mainly from the perspective of the benefits it can bring to business. On the opportunities and challenges of using artificial intelligence in business proceedings, I will be discussing today with Anna Pietruszka, expert in business models based on hybrid intelligence and artificial intelligence, Gabriela Bar, Doctor of Law, Attorney at Law, specialist in the area of new technology law with particular focus on artificial intelligence, Robert Sowiński, Attorney at Law, specialist in litigation, including commercial disputes and arbitration and mediation proceedings, Konrad Wasik, a judge in the Civil Department of the District Court in Poland, member of the Working Group on Artificial Intelligence, Ministry of Digitalization. My name is Rafał Wieczerzak, and it's my privilege to moderate this panel. Together with me today, panel is moderated online by Magdalena Golonka. I would also like to warmly welcome all guests who have decided to join us. I believe that our discussion will be interesting and allow us to answer the question that is the essence of this panel. Before we start, I would like to inform you today our panel lasts only 14 minutes, so please be concise. Anna, the first question I would like to ask you, what business expect from the judiciary in the 21st century?
First of all, to answer to this question, we have to understand where the business is right now. The business globally is, in my opinion, in the transition between the fourth and fifth industrial revolution. The fourth revolution brought us the digitalization, whereas the focus of the fifth industrial revolution is a human-centric approach, as well as it should be AI-driven. So this is where the business sits, and let's see where the courts globally and jurisdiction is. In many places, it's on the very early beginnings of the fourth revolution. So I think the main expectation would be to fulfill this technological gap between the courts and the business. Why it's important? It's important because the business, it's nothing new that business expects from the courts. Business expects justice. So nothing new here. But what the justice means in nowadays for the business, it's the value delivered on time, of course, following the law, following the human rights and all of the regulations. But the time is crucial here. So currently, the dialogue between the business and courts is difficult because of the technological gap and the challenges it brings to the communication. It really brings the frustration, I guess, on both sides, but certainly on the business side.
Thank you very much for your input. It's very, very interesting, and I would like to confront your point of view with Konrad. Konrad, how do you think if the judges also feel frustrated by the fact that in their work, besides the need to focus on ruling on serious cases, a number of additional activities must be performed?
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to connect with you all remotely for this panel. European justice systems face a number of problems. The judiciary is not keeping up with modern technologies. It struggles with rapidly changing law, and judges lack tools for quick and efficient action. We may say that resolving a case is like crossing a finish line, but before that, there is an entire race and the necessity to deal with many formalized and time-consuming activities. I would like to point that this is not only about the number of cases the judge have, but also about many other tasks required by a civil procedure. We may say the more activities needed, the higher is the probability that it takes the court longer to reach a decision. To put that into context, what I mean, we work on paper case files. We don't have electronic files. We have to write justification of legal decisions in majority of cases. In civil procedure, it is upon request, but the fee is very small. There is manual searching for paper documents in huge volumes of case files, manual searching for judgments in other cases. There is also a public expectancy that judges have to decide about everything, from court fees to formal errors of documents. There is a circulation of traditional correspondence. We have to analyze if everyone involved in a case is properly notified. We have time-consuming hearings and many, many more. So the problem is that resolving a case is a marathon, but the business expects a quick race. According to the latest report made by European Commission that compares judiciary system across the European Union, it is called EU Justice Scoreboard 2023. Estimated time needed in Europe to resolve contested civil and commercial case. I draw your attention to the word contested, where we have dispute, we have many parties, we have documents, we have arguments. At first instance in 2021 ranges from 100 to more than 700 days per case. In Poland, it is about 300 days per case. So in my opinion, it is way too long for modern business sector, and AI may change it, but it has to be done responsibly.
Thank you, Konrad. From your say, it seems that the judges are interested of implementing this technology. Robert, how do you see the possibility of implementing AI-based technology into the courts from the legal perspective?
Thank you, Rafael, for your question. Artificial intelligence, AI, is already present and is currently being used in various aspects of legal system, including in courts. However, AI doesn't replace human judges, but supports them in order to improve efficiency and enhance decision making. The extent and role of AI implemented in the court process can vary significantly depending on jurisdiction, legal traditions, and of course ethical considerations. The AI is usually being utilized in courts in the following area. At the pre-court stage for predictive analytics, at the court stage for case management and support. An example of a court powered by AI is the Internet Court in Hangzhou, China, operating since 2017. In this court, artificial intelligence eliminated time-consuming communication process and is using blockchain technology as one of the digital technologies to secure of electronic evidence. One of the tools is a robot. Apologize for my pronunciation, Hang Xiaowu, which answers questions about technical matters. This robot can help individuals to navigate the court platforms. The Hangzhou Internet Court primarily established to handle internet-related legal cases and disputes over e-commerce. In 2018, due to rapid growth of e-commerce and online activities, 2 more online courts were established in China, in Beijing and in Guangzhou. In the Internet Court in Hangzhou, the average time for considering a case is 38 days. In Beijing, 40 days. The second example of an internet court that I would like to mention is the Civil Resolution Tribunal, CRT, operating in Canada since 2016. This quasi-court is a part of the judiciary of province of British Columbia in Canada. A very interesting digital tool provided by CRT is Solution Explorer, self-help tool. The Explorer asks simply questions to provide personalized legal information and analyzes based on the data provided by users. Using of Explorer is free and anonymous. According to CRT's shared user satisfaction survey from August this year, 92% of respondents found CRT staff to be professional. 87% found CRT's online services not difficult to use. 92% respondents agreed that CRT provided information that prepared them to resolve disputes. And finally, 82% felt that this tribunal treated them fairly throughout the process. Finally, maybe a little fly in the ointment. In the case of China's online courts, their independence and impartiality are questioned because the IT solutions and tools used are often prepared by technology companies or their subsidiaries affiliated with the parties to the disputes. Moreover, the same technology companies collect and process huge amounts of data or participants in online court proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned ethical issue and the handling of personal data by private entities. And I would like to stop here and ask Gabriela about ethical aspects. How do people perceive AI and how do build trust in this technology?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Rafał. It's a difficult question for 2 o'clock in the morning because it's the time in Poland, but I will try. I will do my best. So people's perception of AI, I think, varies based on their exposure, understanding, experience with this technology. But to build the trust in AI, especially in sensitive areas like the judiciary, it's crucial to ensure transparency, fairness, and reliability in AI systems. Studies conducted this year in Poland indicate that the lack of trust towards AI system increases as the decision made by AI concerns more directly to individuals. So it's easy for people to accept AI forecasting the weather, but there is resistance when AI decisions relate to access to public services, for example. Of course, the other issue is that we humans, we are biased very often, and these biases can be transferred to AI systems. So if an AI system is trained on biased data, it can perpetuate and even amplify these biases. And it leads, of course, to discriminatory decisions. This illustrates the importance of transparency in AI systems. And it contains also audits, creating ethical guidelines, maintaining open channels for communication to address concerns which are essential. Another dimension to this is the belief that in some areas, especially judicial proceedings, we require so-called life experience and empathy, that kind of quantities that AI currently lacks. And I think personally that it isn't an unfounded belief, at least for now, because human judges don't only apply the law, they often interpret it based on the unique circumstances of each case, based on their life experience, empathy. And while AI systems may process information rapidly and recognize patterns in data, we probably still need this human touch. So probably even if we integrate AI into the judicial system, we still should use human factors, let's say. And for now, I think it's a condition for the trust in AI systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. Business has long time experience with creating and using AI, mostly of generating profits, finding new clients, and growing its business. Anna, I would like to come back to you. What lessons has business learned for implementing AI-based innovations, and where can we start when implementing this technology in courts?
Few lessons from the business that I would like to mention here. First of all, whatever technological change we implement, we shouldn't lose the value proposition. Every single business has its business model, and in the center of the model is the value proposition. So if we do want to transform the cards and do want to implement technology, we have to do it in the way that the value proposition delivered by the cards is not lost. The value proposition in its essence is justice, as simple as that. And I think, first of all, it has to be secured by the governments and different institutions. For instance, for example, in Europe, as you may know, right now there is this big AI Act being in the trilogy. And I'm really keeping my fingers crossed for Spain, who is actually leading this project. And as you know, their presidency will be finished in European Union, will be finished soon. So I'm really hoping that they will make sure that this one is done. I think that in AI Act, it should be secured that the value proposition is there. So this is the lesson number one. The second lesson, again, nothing complicated. We as human beings, we do not like changes. So this technological revolution in cars, it has to be done step by step. The great lesson from business is the so-called hybrid intelligence-driven business models. And I strongly believe that in cars, it should be also done based on the hybrid intelligence model. The hybrid intelligence is a blend of artificial intelligence and human intelligence. So it has to be done in the way that this blend is implemented step by step to be successful. I think those are the two biggest lessons that we can bring from the business to the cards.
Thank you. I agree with you that we should start implementing AI with a hybrid artificial intelligence model, but there is such a kind of AI as explainable artificial intelligence. Gabriela, do you think that just such an artificial intelligence should be used in court?
Yes, of course. I would say that focusing on the explainable AI would be especially important in the judiciary. Decisions in the judicial system have profound implications, not only for individuals in specific case, but for society in general. So I think it's kind of imperative that any AI tools used in this sector should be, as I said before, transparent, but also their decision-making process should be understood and reviewed. So XAI provides a way to make the workings of AI models more transparent, interpretable, and accountable, which aligns with the principle of justice and the principle of fairness. So it's again, we are coming back to these ethical principles that are so important when using this technology. The purpose and the scope of legal or ethical and legal requirements for AI in this context may differ, of course, depending on the profile of recipients and the level of the available explanation. Because probably we'll need different explanation for the expert, for the judge, for lawyers, and different for end users affected by the decisions made by AI. And for that kind of end user, the most important will be justification of the decision to let this person to appeal, for example. So the concept of explainable AI, it's not solely about understanding the data use, the way it's applied in neural networks or facts, which the AI system considered when assessing a particular situation, a particular case. But at its core, it's about the human need for justice and societal acceptance. So when a court delivers a verdict, it isn't just a cold, calculated decision based on data and law. I hope so, at least. It's a decision that must be socially acceptable, perceived as just, and aligned with societal values. The human factor in judicial decisions is crucial. So I think that the understanding which is behind every case, the story which is behind each case, the people which are involved, it should be also the part of explainable AI in judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned how the artificial intelligence system should look like in the judiciary. However, commercial disputes arise not only in the courtroom, but also in the form of arbitration of mediation. Robert, is there a place for artificial intelligence in alternative dispute resolution methods?
Definitely, Rafael. In my opinion, the era of automation of out-of-court dispute resolution methods is slowly coming to an end in the alternative dispute resolution area. Artificial intelligence should soon play a dominant role in ADR techniques. In the case of non-binding methods of out-of-court dispute resolution, such as mediation or negotiations, replacing a mediator or moderator with an algorithm, in my opinion, is not associated with a lack of trust in AI to the same extent as when replacing a human judge with machine. Personally, I often had more reservations about traditional mediations because I noticed that the mediator's goals was to achieve the settlement itself, not a fair settlement. Therefore, if the computer program is additionally equipped with digital tools predicting possible solutions to the dispute, I believe that it may inspire greater trust among the parties of the conflict than a human mediator. Personally, I am a supporter of developing a conciliation method based on artificial intelligence. I mean, presenting non-binding solution through a computer program or application instead of a human conciliator. The proper algorithm would present a non-binding solution proposal after analyzing the facts and evidence presented by the parties and assist the parties in reaching a voluntary settlement. In my opinion, most parties of the conflict want to find out whether they are right at the very beginning, before they decide to engage in costly court disputes, especially in commercial matters. The basic question the attorney hears from his client is, please tell us what our chances of winning are. My take-home message is that the conciliation program, powered by AI, may be an excellent tool for silencing the economic disputes. I believe that this type of program could help to avoid clogging up the judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. And I would like to address my last question to Konrad. Konrad, what do judges expect from AI, and what are the concerns of the judicial community and court staff regarding the implementation of this technology?
Thank you. Thank you for this question. I believe that AI is a great chance to improve courts. The judicial community have both concerns and expectations. There is a concern about bias issues. AI might enhance biases if it is trained on biased data, so the data is crucial. There is also a problem that AI might not fully grasp, fully catch nuanced human judgments, emotions, ethical considerations, which are important in sentencing, which Gabriela noticed. There are also concerns about the transparency of AI predictions, about data privacy, about data security. I also asked my secretary what is the concern from the court staff perspective. And there is also a concern about the job losses due to automation. There is also a risk that judges might rely too heavily on AI, which may lead to lack of critical thinking. I think there are more concerns. So in my opinion, it is important to understand that AI should not replace a human judgment. From my point of view, we need to use AI to deal with simple, time-consuming and administrative tasks. Only then, when we see good effects, we can move boundaries and use AI to assist in sentencing, in small claims procedures, and maybe in online court. We need to know that if we want to promote trustworthy AI, there is no place for errors. Because if people lose trust in AI, it will be very difficult to justify its use in the judiciary. That's why it is so important to introduce AI in judiciary in small steps. I would like also to emphasize that this is a perspective of our AI work group. We have prepared a report with recommendations on the use of AI in the Polish judiciary. The report includes a number of interesting implementations on how to improve the Polish justice system. It will be available on GRAI homepage. But when we talk about expectations, I think that AI should be used to automate routine tasks. For example, it can analyze electronic case files, analyze return receipts if everyone is noticed, speech-to-text recognition, which replaces the necessity to write the protocol, anonymization of rulings, office staff have to do it manually. Now, translation during hearings, translation of documents, because we have to involve a language expert every time if we want to translate a document or hear a witness that doesn't speak Polish. Analyze huge amounts of data, and AI can analyze huge amount of data and present the judge with a list of similar cases and verdicts. It can also be used for case management in the court. We can implement chatbots that provide legal information to the parties. So to sum it up, I see AI as a future of Polish justice system. There is a place for collaboration between man and the machine, and I think it can bring benefits to both the judicial system and the society as a whole. I think that Europe has a chance to promote trustworthy AI because of new regulations. In Poland, we are also moving in this direction to use modern technologies for people, but I think we have to do it in small steps, in a responsible way. Finally, I would like also to emphasize that according to the report made by the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the global law firm Dentons, Poland is ready for the introduction of online courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we must end our panel, but please feel free to ask questions to our speakers. As we have limited time, our speakers will answer questions after the panel. Question can also be asked via chat on the Zoom platform. Online participants are encouraged to send their questions to the dedicated email address igf@ck-legal.pl. And now we have a question. So,
hi, I am Gopal Krishna Ghimire, senior advocate, the president of Nepal Bar Association. My question is, reason is the main tool to provide justice. Isn't AI contradict with the justice making, in my opinion, in the substantial issue, in my opinion, it can help the justice making process, but it cannot make help to the substantial issue. This question is for the panelist. Thank you very much.
Let me just answer in a few sentences, and then we can take it offline because of the time limitation. I think when we talk about transition, technology transition, and the changes through technology, we have to really think about single rule. So how the single rule will change, how our daily activities, how the judges' activities will change. And I think that's really important to understand. And only from these little activities, we can answer activity by activity, whether or not we can deliver the justice within technology usage, and to design it in the way that the justice can be delivered as the value proposition. So I think that's the most important, and that's the lesson from the business as well, to do it really step by step, by a function, by single activity, how the single activity will change in the process. And only then we can do it in the way that the value will be delivered. We are running out of time. We have the information here, but I'm happy to take more questions offline. Thank you so much for your question.
Yes, unfortunately we must end, so I will now summarize our panel. So during today's discussion, we covered a wide range of topics considering the implementation of AI into judiciary, including technical, ethical, legal aspects. We explore areas in which AI could prove to be an effective addition to the judicial system. I generally hope that today's panel has encouraged reflection on the adoption of new technology with the judiciary. So thank you very much. And the last information, we will respond to all email questions within 14 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gratuluję. Dziękuję. Dzięki, Robert. Dzięki. Dziękuję.
Actually, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 6 plus the moderator.
Oh, so 7 together.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this open forum from IGF to GDC, a new era of global digital governance, a SIDS perspective, organized by the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. The CTU is a treaty-based intergovernmental international organization dedicated to promoting and supporting the development of the Caribbean Information and Communications Technologies, ICT, and that sector for the socio-economic development of the region. This open forum is to share specific experiences and advance discussions on issues of global inequality in the new digital global economy within the context of the UN Sustainable Development Goals 8, 9, and 10, and to help developing countries formulate specific proposals and recommendations for the Global Digital Compact as they prepare for the future of the World Summit. We must ensure that the GDC takes into account the shortcomings of the UN IGF process, specifically as it relates to DCs and SIDS, and identifies opportunities and mechanisms to address those shortcomings. All of these issues are addressed in this open forum, are issues that the Caribbean is currently grappling with and which present major social and economic development challenges for the region. Interaction between on-site and online speakers and attendees will be facilitated via an online moderator, and that person will flag questions, comments, and other actions of online participants to the on-site moderator. So let's get started. Our guests this morning are, let me start with myself. My name is Joel Ford. I am the on-site moderator, and Michelle Marius is the online moderator. Our guests this morning are next to me, Mr. Rodney Taylor, Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. Sylvia's not with us. Olga Cavalli, co-founder of the Director of the South School on Internet Governance. Mr. Quinton Shu Lambert, Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, and Tracy Hackshaw, who is the President of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Online, we have Mr. Serena? And Ms. Serena Telano, Director of Knowledge, the Diplo Foundation. Online, we've got Mr. Otis Osborne. He's the acting head HOD of Department of Information Technology at the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, and Mr. Shernan Osepa, Internet Governance and Cybersecurity Policy Advisor. So once again, good morning, everyone. We want this to be a robust discussion and interactive, so please feel free to join in. But I'm going to start with the opening remarks. What are the main internet governance challenges you believe have been facing SIDS, and how has the IGF served as a platform to mitigate those challenges? And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks for joining us for this discussion this morning. With respect to the challenges facing SIDS, I think the part of the challenge, I would say, is the ability to actively participate in the processes that have been ongoing now since 2005. The fact is that we're small island developing states. There are resource constraints, financial resources, human resources, and therefore, even though the IGF is a multi-stakeholder process, which means that anyone can participate. I mean, as long as you're online. As a matter of fact, even if you're not online, you can participate. You can come and make your voice heard. But there's still barriers to entry, as it were. There's a cost to coming here to Kyoto. There's even if you access remotely, you need to still be brought up to speed with the issues. And you'll see many of the panelists here are actively involved. I mean, I use Tracy Hackshaw, who's on the panel here, as a poster child for IGF participation, because he's been active for a long time. I mean, really active, sitting on boards, not just within IGF, but in other processes like ICANN and so on, and ARIN. So if we can get 10 more, like Mr. Hackshaw, I think the region would be well represented. But reality is that most people, including Tracy and myself, have a day job. So while we're happy to come here and talk and discuss, reality is that we do have other duties and responsibilities. And the IGF is well recognized as a place where people come and talk and discuss, and we network and so on, and there's value in that. But it doesn't necessarily translate into actionable outcome, and therefore you have to start asking the value proposition of the investment that is being made to participate. So I'll stop there for now, but those are some of the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. And I'll move over to Serena Talanu. Serena?
Thank you. Just building on what Rodney was saying, what we're seeing in Geneva, and yeah, maybe I should start with the context. I work in Geneva a lot with missions of countries there, and you know, Geneva is one of the hub of digital diplomacy, internet governance, internet policy. A lot is happening there with ITU and a bunch of other organizations discussing internet and related issues. And what we're hearing a lot from missions of small developing countries, and paradoxically also from larger countries, is that there's a lot going on and it's impossible to follow everything. So there is this big challenge of keeping an eye on everything happening and then meaningfully contributing, as you were saying. And another challenge they're facing is the lack of capacity. There is so much going on so many topics. One person cannot be an expert into everything. So the question is, how do you build institutional capacities, in this case across governments, but also across other stakeholder groups? To what extent the IGF has managed to mitigate some of these challenges? I think there have been efforts, and even the whole idea of having an IGF where people get together to try to learn a bit more from each other is a good thing, but then again, there's so much going on and you have to make a choice. And again, speaking about governments, I think we're seeing this is a challenge for the IGF. Not many governments actually show up. Let's see if the GDC can help address some of these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serena. Tracy Hackshaw?
Thank you very much. So in this session, I'm representing the Trans-Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, which puts on the Trans-Tobago IGF, but I also wear the hat as co-coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition on Small and Developing States with my co-coordinator sitting in the room. I'm watching her directly in front of me, Maureen Hilliard from the Cook Islands. So from a positive standpoint, I do think that the IGF can provide a space for SIDS to have their voices heard, especially in terms of the national and regional IGFs. The Caribbean IGF is one great example of that. Pacific IGF, I believe there's going to be an Indian Ocean IGF soon, and then at the national level in terms of the various islands who have their own IGFs that can feed into the national, regional, and global IGF. But of course, there are challenges. So even though we do have the Dynamic Coalition, we do have these IGFs, resources, as was said before, is a challenge. And the other thing that I think we need to worry about is whether or not the priorities that we place on internet issues, internet policy, even digital issues in the SIDS are given sufficient priority. As we all know, in SIDS, there are significant other challenges that we face, climate change being one of them, obviously infrastructural issues generally, economic issues and so on. Of course, other countries face that. So where we talk about something as, dare I say, esoteric as internet governance, when you approach the leadership in the countries, that is somewhat shifted down the priority level. So we need to find a way to link digital and internet governance issues with the critical issues that face our country. And to a large extent, that links to things like cybersecurity, emerging threats to the economy that digital brings. And if we find a way to link those two, I think we can maybe overcome the challenges using something along those lines. But we leave that discussion for later on. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tracy. I will now ask Mr. Quinton Shu-Lambert to give his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it seems that some of the benefits of the IGF are also, the cause of some of the issues as well. There seems to be a trade-off between this kind of federated network of networks approach, which allows the regional and local kind of consultations, with the kind of overwhelm of how many different meetings people have to go to keep up to speed. And in a case where we also hear in New York that the delegations, even in New York, are overwhelmed with many other issues, including climate, the debt issues. And so often the urgency of these internet governance issues can be kind of pushed down. I do think one of the benefits of the IGF is to just bring people together. And I mean, this being my first IGF, I feel very humbled having shared the room with people who have been here from the start since 2003 and almost since the birth of IGF and the WSIS action line process. And coming in and listening to all the sessions and exchanging has allowed, me to understand more some of the issues and some of the perspectives, and there's a lot of value in that sharing of information. And so in a world where some kind of political conditions are becoming more challenging, this kind of networking and exchange will become increasingly valuable, and it's something that I'll come back to when we come to the question around the future of the IGF. But these comments are a little bit generic, but some of the internet governance challenges and how the IGF deals with that are common with many other countries in other parts of the world, parts of the developing world, LLDCs, LDCs. And one of the questions is how this group will come together, if it comes together, to give voice to some of its concerns in a global process.
And I'm going to ask Ms. Olga Cavalli to also give her remarks. Olga?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me to this very interesting panel. This is my 18th IGF. I was there on, yes, I've been young for so many years. I was there when the IGF was created in Tunis in 2005, and when it was decided it was going to be in Athens in Greece. I think that IGF has been a fantastic space for defining and creating many of the things that are in place now. Many of the changes that have been happening in the global coordination of the internet were born in discussions here. Where there is no specific outcome, I think that all the changes that were done in the ICANN organization, the IANA transition, the affirmation of commitments, many changes that are really binding were born in spaces of dialogue like the IGF. All the national and regional IGFs were born spontaneous from discussions in this space. The schools of internet governance were born as a spin-off from the IGF. Now we started, the first it was the European, the second was ours in Latin America for 15 years, and now there are more than 20 all over the world. And those fantastic activities and dialogue spaces, perhaps more focused in regions, sub-regions, cities, or specific issues, were born in the IGF. I think the IGF is a fantastic space. It is, sometimes people get lost. I was lost in trying to find this room. This is why I just came at the hour. But that's part of the beauty, this creative chaos that the IGF bring to all of us. So I'm always positive. I think it's a great meeting. I only attended twice virtually because I couldn't travel and then the pandemic, but now I'm happy to be here again. So these are my comments for the moment.
Thank you very much. We now go to our online moderator, Ms. Michelle Marius. Michelle, you're going to introduce our two online participants.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. It is nighttime in Jamaica where I am. All right. Is it possible, Shannon, for us to hear from you, Shannon Osepa, and then we will have Otis Osborne.
Yes, it is possible. Good morning, good evening to all. It's a pleasure and honor to be here and to give a contribution to the development of the internet. I think when we talk about internet governance, it's important for us to understand why we came up with all these discussions regarding internet governance. So back then, like around year 2000, there was a lot of confusion going on around the globe, especially governments. They didn't know what this thing called the internet was. So we have seen all the discussions coming up with the WSIS that finally did lead to the IGF that we have in nowadays. And I think when we talk about internet governance, we can always use I like to use the baskets that Diplo Foundation has been focusing on, looking at, for example, the infrastructure, security, legal, economic, social, cultural development, and human rights issues. And I think especially SIDS, small island development states, we can use these baskets as a kind of a checklist to see where we are with developments in our own different, let's say, jurisdictions. We should also recognize that it was never the intention of the IGF to come with to take decisions. So it's not a decision-making body, but it's more like a place where people can talk freely and discuss with others to see how they can come up with solutions. But I think the very important thing is that once we have discussed issues, challenges, and opportunities at the IGF, we should return home and then have some meaningful discussions with, let's say, all stakeholders that normally do attend IGFs, because sometimes locally in our own jurisdictions, you would not find those persons, but at the IGF, you will find all these stakeholders. So I think, and once we return home, looking at the different countries, islands, or whatever, we should say, okay, these are the challenges that we are facing in this particular jurisdiction. How can we solve these challenges that we are facing? And I think if we can focus on that, then it will add value. So although the IGF doesn't focus on, let's say, for us to take key decisions, but once we return home, we should be able to discuss with all the stakeholders in order for us to address local challenges that we are facing.
Thank you. Mr. Osborne, please. Hello, Mr. Osborne.
Sorry, I was still muted. Okay. Well, for me, I think that for small island developing states, there's an economic barrier to digital transformation and access, especially, well, for everyone, the government, businesses, and citizens alike. Not to mention the pervasive lack of trust in digital transactions by majority of the medium to small to medium business service providers and consumers of these services. The IGF, of course, plays a vital role in making recommendations and guiding discussions on internet governance. However, these discussions may have missed Jamaica's policy and decision makers, due especially to the non-existence of a national IGF to guide initiatives on the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Osborne. We come back to our on-site panelists, and the first question is, how do you see the acceptance of the Global Digital Compact, the GDC, changing the digital governance landscape and addressing global inequalities facing SIDS in the new digital global economy? I'm going to start at the other end of the table with you, Olga.
Thank you very much. We think this is a very interesting process. We thought that it was a good opportunity for engaging the fellows of the School of Internet Governance in making a contribution. So we started an online process of consulting with them. So we received contributions from 65 fellows from 22 countries of the 5 continents. I will share in the chat the document that we produced. We contribute focused on the 7 digital issues that the Common Agenda suggested. There were comments made about one, connect everyone to the internet, including all schools, avoid internet fragmentation, protect data, which is number 3. Number 4, apply human rights online. 5, introduce accountability criteria for discrimination and misleading content, promote the regulation of artificial intelligence and digital commons as a global public good. So this wasn't a first experiment. We didn't do such an activity before, and the comments and outcomes finalized a very, very interesting document. We translated into 3 languages, Spanish, English, and Portuguese. And we send it to the Global Digital Compact. It's published now in their website. And for the fellows, this was really a very remarkable activity. I will share with you the link to the document where you have their names with the countries of origin and the outcome document. Sometimes, as we were saying a moment before, it's overwhelming how to follow all the processes. And many of my students at the university also ask me that. And what I tell them is that, okay, try to focus in things that are important for your work and for your personal interest. We cannot be experts in everything, but we cannot be interested in some of the things and follow them. So we are following all the activities of the Global Digital Compact and the Summit of the Future. Now, with the fellows of this year, we are preparing a similar document to what we did for the Global Digital Compact, contributing to the Summit of the Future and WSIS Plus 20. Now we have the experience from the first document, so we want to build upon from there, and I will stop here. I will share the document in the chat.
Thank you very much, Olga. I am going to go to next to you, Quinton.
Thank you. So the Global Digital Compact is quite a nice complement to the IGF. And we've heard already that the IGF is maybe decision shaping, but it's not decision making. The GDC is a decision opportunity at the leaders level. So heads of government will come together next September and make a decision around how the Global Digital Compact should be, what should be inside of it. The opportunity here for SIDS is to really, and for everyone, but especially countries who have not necessarily harvested as many of the benefits of the global digital ecosystem over the last 20 years, to maybe have an updated set of concerns incorporated. So when the WSIS action lines were first written, they were updated in 2015 for the SDGs, but there was not such a big concern around data and the value of data and how data was being monetized back in 2000s. Now data is, some people talk about it as a very valuable resource, and how is that monetized? How is those revenues taken into local jurisdictions? And of course, artificial intelligence is a new technology. Well, not that new, but its technical breakthroughs have happened recently, which were not available before. So it's a chance to update the focus, and it's also a chance to upgrade the ambition around trying to spread the benefits of these technologies globally in a way that's safe, but also then in a way that benefits all countries and all humans, let's say. So one way of thinking about it is when the Sustainable Development Goals were put on the table, they were a chance to reconcile the two competing goals of development, economic growth, and sustainability, because we have a finite planet. In a similar way, the Global Digital Compact could be a way of trying to harness these technologies and spread the benefits around the world, but to do it in a way that is safe and also benefits everyone, inclusive. So we'll see what happens with the GDC. It will be in the hands of the member states, not the UN. So everything I say is, from a perspective or kind of speculative, if you like. But it is a leader-level decision, and it's a rare opportunity to take some of the questions and issues that have been surfaced during the IGF discussions some of those questions which cannot just be handled purely by the technical community, that require high-level political decision-making, and inject them into this policy window.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Same question to you.
All right. So I think it's a very interesting question. The GDC does not exist yet. So it's a question that we, I don't know. So what I decided to do is I went into my ChatGPT and Bard. The answer is shorter, so I'll give what Bard told me. So Bard told me that one of the key goals of the GDC is to promote a more inclusive and equitable digital world. This is particularly important for SIDS because it could help address global inequalities by providing SIDS with greater access to digital technologies and resources, and by helping them to develop their own digital economies. Sounds good. Then there are some specific ways: increased access to digital technologies and resources, support for development of digital economies, strengthen digital capacity, improve digital governance, and explains what those mean. And then it says, overall, the GDC has the potential to have a significant positive impact on digital governance and global inequalities facing SIDS. By providing a global framework of digital cooperation, the GDC could help to create a more inclusive and equitable digital world for all. So that sounds like a lot of words that were just put nicely together because it's a large language model, right? So it just puts all the words together. Sounds really good. What does it mean, though, in reality? What does it mean for the SIDS populations? So I think I agree with what has been said. There is an opportunity. As I said, it does not exist yet, and I'm glad you said it's the member states. It's up to the member states to actually implement it. And again, coming back to the priorities issue, what it can do, I do think it can lift the priority of digital issues higher up on the agenda, because it's something a little more formal, a little more tangible than what the IGF has been set up as, sort of a discussion space. So this is, I'm not saying it's a treaty, it's not any kind of, mandatory thing to happen, but at the very least, member states will agree to something and you have your held to account. So if it is that is what it's going to be, then I would imagine, like with other types of UN processes, the SDGs, the elimination of discrimination against women and so on, we can find perhaps the way to report on this, to hold member states to account, especially in SIDS, and to use it to get governments to actually program these activities or what can improve the SIDS economy's activities into their various budgets, and allow the communities in their own countries and the stakeholders in their countries to deliver upon what the Digital Compact promises. Because it's a promise, it's, as you said, speculative, but once I think it's a promise to keep. So I do hope, I'm being very optimistic here, that once that is happening, we can start to see a priority lift. And I also would like to say that maybe the fact that it's being, 2024, some into the future, there's a brand, there's some push towards it. As we talked about in our DC session, it's sort of an event we can mobilize around. There could be some, signal activities around this that will raise the profile of these issues and make it, along the same lines as our challenges that we face in terms of infrastructure and so on. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Tracy. And Serena?
Thank you. Yeah, building on what Tracy and Bard were saying, mostly Bard, all right. Indeed, there is a lot of promise, right, and expectation in the Global Digital Compact. Looking at the question, I'm not completely sure there is indeed a goal to actually have a GDC change the digital governance landscape, so I would skip that part of the question. Whether it will address inequality, and I think that's part of the promise and the potential. What I personally would like to see going towards this GDC is building a roadmap, but taking into account everything that has happened so far. So trying a bit not to reinvent the wheel and re-say all those things that Bard was saying, But yeah, I'd rather try to, take things forward. Like we have WSIS outcomes. We have the annual UNGA resolution on ICT for development. We have the SDGs, which to some extent should be relying on using technology for development. If we can in some way build on all this and have a global digital compact that is a bit forward-looking, I think that would indeed help address some of these inequalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Serena. Rodney?
Sure. I'll be very quick. I think this question also goes to the heart.
We're not hearing you.
Okay. Hi. Good. This question goes to the heart of multilateralism versus multi-stakeholderism. So in the UN, and I saw this when we actually crafted some statements for the permanent representatives in New York who from the Caribbean. So some of them were able to make interventions during the GDC deep dives on various thematic areas. And it's clear that the UN gives priority to its member states. I mean, so when I speak on the floor of the UN, I speak on behalf of my country. I have influence. Within this process here, you're an attendee like everybody else, and you're free to make your contributions. Yes, there may be some influence if you're a diplomat, but really the forum is meant to be multi-stakeholder and everybody has an equal voice. The UN is quite a different animal. So even though that process was, and it's not a criticism of the process, but even though it was sought to be multi-stakeholder, it was clear that priority would be given or was given in terms of even accepting interventions by the member states. So now that's not necessarily a bad thing for small states, because for small states, and if you look at the ITU process, for example, Barbados has the same voice, the same vote as the United States, as Canada, and so on. So we can influence, right? And there's a lot of lobbying within those processes for that very reason, all right? Whereas in the multi-stakeholder process, it's all equal footing, but it's not all equal resources and participation, as I mentioned before. So the voices that show up, the voices that have the resources to show up, are the ones with this that have the potential to have a stronger influence. So there's those dynamics, but I feel positive overall about the GDC, and hopefully that it leads to some positive outcomes for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodney. And Michelle, I'm going to hand over to you for your online panelists.
Yes, thank you. Otis, can you go first, and then Shannon, please.
Okay, so I agree with my fellow panelists, and I like to add, without regurgitating what was said before, is that there's no doubt that the world is transitioning into a new digital global economy. Well, however, for small island developing states especially, this transition is progressing at a very slow pace. And unless governments, and I'm talking Caribbean governments, recognize the universal access to free internet, and I emphasize free internet as a human right, because they are digitizing the for e-governance. However, if you do not have data on your phones, then you're not able to access that service. Also, this free internet as a human right must be paired with online security, privacy, and safety. If that is not done, the new digital global economy will continue to perpetuate the old age manifestation of widespread social exclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon, please.
Yes, to me, basically the beauty of the Global Digital Compact process is the opportunity that especially small island development states will get through with this process. And whenever something doesn't exist, you have the opportunity to create it. So I think that should be the point of departure that we are going to use right now. A lot of times, especially SITs, we are looking, we think that we are victims, but now we have the opportunity to come at the table and to come with meaningful suggestions. And as Mr. Taylor did mention, of course, you may have to do maybe some lobbying with others, but at least if you have something on paper, then people can discuss about it. So I think this is the opportunity for us to put something on paper and let others give comments regarding what we have been drafting. Most of the times they draft things and we just give comments. So I think we should reverse this right now. We should draft in which direction we think we should go, this whole global digital compact process, and let others give comments on what we think the direction that we should go. So I think if we do that, at least we may have a big chance that at least our voices are being heard and that we can make meaningful impacts and changes in our nations. Thank you.
And over back to you, Joel.
Thank you, Michelle. Is the GDC positioned to address the shortcomings of the IGF process? And if so, what are the opportunities and mechanisms to address these shortcomings? I'm going to start back with you, Michelle, online. Let our online panelists get the first word in this one.
Okay, great. Shannon, would you go first, please, and then Otis?
Yes, okay. I think when we talk about shortcomings of the IGF process, again, it's very important for us to identify what happened back then with the IGF. So the way how we have been approaching or looking at the IGF nowadays, that was not the original intention of the IGF. The IGF was more like a talking place where people can discuss ideas with not, let's say, to take significant decisions right in those rooms, but to have the discussions ongoing. So I'm not sure if we should say, if we look at that, if we can say that there were some shortcomings, because it was not meant to be like that, So if you look at the original objectives, they were met in one way or the other. But I believe, as I did mention before, it's nice to have discussions regarding opportunities and challenges that we're facing. But at the end of the day, we would like to see actions taking place in our countries. And that's basically what we can see with let's say with this next approach. And I think that as I did mention before, that would be a great opportunity for us to come with meaningful suggestions in order for us to achieve things, and not only to keep discussions in a closed room that cannot help us with anything. So that would be the way how I would like to look at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. Otis, please.
Yes, it is my view that the potential of the GDC far outweighs that of the IGF, due to the GDC being a UN directive or policy per se. No, I agree with Shannon that, because when I think about it, for example, the IGF discussions on best practices in securing the internet seem to have been, for the most part, just discussions, right? As the best practices are scarcely being implemented. Most ISPs and network operators have not adopted, for example, the manners actions to secure data being routed through the internet. We have two ISPs Digicel and Flow. And when I check if they are members of the of Manners, Digicel was the only one, and they have not adopted all the actions, right? So there are still some gaps. When I look at again MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, and SMEs, health and financial and educational institutions. Most of them have not implemented cost-free DNSSEC and IPv6 standards to secure digital transactions and other internet-based activities. I use internet.nl to check if our cybersecurity incident response team, if their URL is secure, and they have not implemented DNSSEC, and they are the implementing agency and advisory for the government and other institutions and organizations within the Jamaican, within Jamaica, right? So I think that in conclusion, the GDC could eliminate the shortcomings, and I'm talking about the lack of action of the IGF by maybe elevating or expanding the IGF to an implementation, monitoring, and maybe even an enforcement coalition of country-based IGFs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Otis. Yes, some, I guess, very powerful thoughts about at least certainly the situation in Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I'm going to come now to my on-site panel. I'm going to start with you, Rodney. Your thoughts on, is the GDC positioned to address the shortcomings of the IGF process? And if so, what are the opportunities and mechanisms to address those shortcomings?
Thank you very much, Joel. Well, if we are to believe Otis, it is going to be an amazing opportunity to fix all the problems we have. Sorry, Otis, sorry to take that job at you. But those are really high expectations, and I don't see the GDC addressing those things because they're not easy things to address to start with. There's no UN compact that will force those operators to implement these measures. We can encourage, we provide, like you said, best practice. But at the level of the United Nations, we don't see that happening. The compact, I mean, there are so many other things, if you look at it globally, if you look at the geopolitics globally, even in things of climate change, where there's clear evidence that action needs to be taken, and still the UN struggles to get the world to respond. Things like human trafficking and so on. So the internet is just another one of those very complicated things that the world is just trying to make sure that there's a mechanism for collaborating. And that's what the GDC is, in my view, another mechanism. There are advantages, like I said, for addresses the shortcomings, as in, well, it has the potential to give small states a stronger voice. I think it's going to be very difficult. I wish the Tech Envoy success. He's been tasked with that responsibility, and we've been actively participating and supporting. But it is no means, as Tracy pointed out, it is not yet. And let's hope that there are some positive outcomes. But we welcome it, and we think there is an opportunity to strengthen the IGF process, to work along with and achieve better outcomes for the world generally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serena.
Thank you. I think I'll take a step back a bit and try to, I don't know, I think we sometimes need a bit more clarity in discussions. For instance, in this specific case, I don't think it's necessarily fair to put the GDC and the IGF, in a comparison situation, because the IGF is a process and the GDC is supposed to be, at the end of 2024, a document, right? So if we were to be a little more fair, it would be comparing the GDC, which, as Tracy was saying, we don't really have, with the Tunis agenda, which was the starting point for the IGF. So leaving that aside, yes, we do need a bit more clarity into that. Shortcomings of the IGF, sure, no process is perfect, and definitely IGF has not been a perfect process, but we have seen over the 18 years that it has improved and it has shown willingness to change, to adapt to the changing technological landscape and to respond to some of these challenges. We had a few sessions back then, now we have, look at so many happening right now in parallel. We have all the intersectional activities, best practice forum, policy networks, and a lot around that, the parliamentary track, and all these attempts to try to do something. Again, it's not a perfect process. There can be improvements. As Rodney was saying, ideally the GDC would build a bit on that and see how to strengthen the IGF. We have also had all these discussions in the past about IGF Plus, and there was a lot of endorsement of that whole concept. We haven't seen much follow-up on that. Let's see if the GDC could build on it. And I think all of us have heard throughout this week at the IGF how many have said, well, let's see how the IGF itself can serve as some sort of a follow-up mechanism for the GDC itself. I won't go into the third question because I was close to that. But yes, let's look a bit at things this way, how we can bring things together instead of just trying to see how new things might be solving problems of things that have existed.
Thank you, Serena. Tracy?
All right, this is me, not bad. I hope. So just building on what I said before, I do think the opportunity is there to raise the profile, and something I had spoken about in a session yesterday about outreach. So we expect, we're sitting in Kyoto or wherever we are, and we expect things to just happen, people to come, somehow the UN system, things just come to us and talk. But maybe it should be the other way around. So maybe the GDC can go the other direction and allow it to reach into the communities, getting back to the SIDS specific issues, reach into SIDS and say, look, this is something we are bringing to the table to help improve your existence and your circumstances, and tell us what you need. And perhaps there's an opportunity there for better dialogue. If it's a compact, the word compact means something in the English language. It's some sort of promise to deliver, promise to work together. It's also a handshake almost. So if that's what it is, and we don't know what it is yet, if that's what it is, then I think there's a real opportunity there to have the UN system reach into and reach out to small and developing states, into the stakeholders, and make things happen. We don't see a lot of that, I think, with other digital activities, so that's good that it could happen that way. So besides, funding interventions and so on, there may be opportunities for real skills and knowledge transfer, real capacity development in those territories, and also to work with governments to ensure that, as I said, the priorities of these issues are brought higher up on the agenda. So Otis's concerns about cybersecurity, which I think are the broader issues, in terms of resilience, can be brought further up on the agenda, because we can't just sit here and talk about it's not happening and not make it happen, right? So it's not happening, right? But what do we do to make it happen? So maybe this is an opportunity to have that happen. So I see a lot of promise in that regard, and I hope that Tech Envoy is here, that he's listening and hearing what we're saying, because I think that's what we're trying to say. Don't sit in the New York and Geneva or wherever, Riyadh, Kyoto, wherever we are, and talk about it. Let's go there. Let's make it happen. Let's get, rub the sleeves, get it done. And just remember, I always tell people, yes, it's the internet. Yes, we are connected, but not everyone is connected. So don't assume that we can just do a Zoom call and make it happen either. We may have to get there and do it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tracy. As we say in our region, enough of the long talk. Quentin?
Yeah, thank you. I love that, Tracy. And in fact, with certain topics, that is exactly the approach that the Tech Envoy is proposing, which we're calling a multi-stakeholder networked approach. So, for example, with the high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence, which will be formed in the next couple of weeks, the recruitment process was extremely open, and we received more than 1,800 nominations. It was an open call, public call on the website. And in fact, some of the nominations from SIDS countries were self-nominations. And the multi-stakeholder networked approach to consultations, what we're planning to do is have those members of the body go out into different networks that they already are members of and try and reach in, like you say, and try and understand the needs, understand the concerns, understand the expertise, and bring them back into the political process, because that's the thing that can be done kind of, let's say, outside of New York, outside of the intergovernmental chambers, but get that information expertise in there and shape the decision. Maybe coming to the main question around the shortcomings of the IGF, I mean, what I've heard in this panel and generally is there seem to be two huge challenges. One is around the absence of decision making, and the other is around the overwhelm and the vast capacity gap in keeping track of everything going on. And whether a GDC can address these two issues really depends. So obviously, from the Secretary General's perspective, he would like to have a very ambitious GDC, one that unifies the UN system in providing support and gets, the UN agencies, which are all around the world, working on some of the country level issues, and also one which builds bridges between countries on issues like cross-border commerce, the moratorium on tariffs on e-commerce, the trade revenue and taxation that it may not be happening, and which, if it were happening, would help build public sector capacity more endogenously. These are not specific proposals of the Secretary General, but these are concerns which need to be voiced by those countries who have them. Concerns around, social, economic, and cultural rights, for example, authorship and intellectual property over media content that may have been produced and exported, and now that can be done using AI. These kinds of concerns need to be lifted up and presented in a unified voice. And when I say it depends, the ambition level to get to those beyond just principles in the GDC towards and beyond just objectives to actions and commitments where there is some kind of promise to actually deliver something, there needs to be a unified voice and among the countries in whose interests it is. And so one of the things we've been observing is that because delegations are so overstretched in New York, and because they're so overwhelmed with, or let's say their inboxes are overflowing with more urgent issues around debt relief, around some of the basic economic issues, the SDGs, not on track yet with the SDGs. Sometimes they're overlooking the significance of digital. And because digital is one of the growing sectors in the digital economy, I mean, the digital economy is one of the growing sectors and will continue to be, this is a real opportunity for the future. So the challenge is, how can countries kind of look up from the immediate crisis they're in and think about how the digital architecture is going to look a few years down the line and how their role is going to be within that. So I'll come back to the issue of stretched capacity, maybe in the final question, but one of the questions around review and follow-up on any commitments that are reached in the GDC is to what extent governments and others can participate in that. So I'll come back to that point.
Thank you very much for that, Quentin. And now you, Olga.
Thank you very much. Most of my thoughts are already at rest by my colleagues in the table, but I would like to build upon what Surina said, that not I don't find it totally fair to compare the IGF with the GDC. I find some commonalities in between the two processes. I think one of the beauties of the IGF is the equal footing. That it may be this chaos that you can find Vint Cerf walking in a corridor and take a picture with him, or you can find colleagues from other countries that you didn't have the opportunity to meet before. So that beauty, I think, it's remarkable from IGF. Other meetings are more structured, which is true. And perhaps this variety of activities, and we run from one meeting to the other one, trying to find the room, makes us find what we didn't think we were going to find. So that is something which I find interesting. What I like from GDC is that it seems to be a bottom-up process. What I have seen lately is the kind of a tendency of establishing more closed multilateral processes. And I think that the way forward is multi-stakeholder. It's the only way to solve all the problems related with digital economy, the impact of digitalization in developing countries or in the whole countries, or cross-data flow, and all the problems or things that we have to think about is in a multi-stakeholder way. So all the processes that are multi-stakeholder, I think they are the way, and not multilateral. Whether the delegations could be prepared for that. I've been advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs 20 years, so I know how the dynamics in the different delegations work. And sometimes there is a gap in between what happens in the ground at the country and what goes to United Nations in, for example, a multilateral meeting. So also, the fact that we can contribute in a bottom-up process, as the GDC is the opportunity that it brings, is to reflect on things and think about in deep in all the 7 different issues that it establishes. So I think there is value there. No problem will be solved, but we will think about how to solve them.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Specifically from a SIDS perspective, what are the real benefits these vulnerable countries can derive from the GDC? And is the GDC a duplication of current processes? And should the IGF process and GDC be kept separate, or should they be an evolution of one to the other? I know that's a lot, but I'm going to start with you, Rodney.
Thanks. Right, so we've heard that it's not fair to compare the two, but okay, so let me try to dissect. So the benefits, the reality is that there's still a lot of global inequality in the digital space, right? We talk about this, not sure what the latest figure is, but 2-point-something billion people not connected. I'm sure the majority of those are in developing countries. Some certainly are in small island developing countries. So there is an opportunity to focus on this issue a bit more in the Global Digital Compact and help in the connectivity and the infrastructural issues and SIDS by drawing greater attention to this issue globally and giving it priority within a body such as the United Nations. And that's good for us, like I said, because we tend to play stronger, that is my assessment, within the multilateral processes and within spaces like the UN, and so on, as sovereign states. The GDC, though, it's not a duplication of the process because it is meant to be a compact, like Tracy said, a global handshake. This is what how we're going to move together globally on some of these key issues like cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and so on. Now, it might lead to a process, and I think there's been some discussion about a digital global forum or something of this sort. So a sort of an expansion of the role of IGF, or maybe even a parallel process altogether, if you can imagine, showing up for another one of these, perhaps the following week in Australia or someplace. It would be very difficult for us to follow. So let's hope that it doesn't evolve that way, and that there is and clearly there's synergies. Even though we talk about internet governance, clearly the issues go beyond the internet itself. There are issues that are being discussed of human rights and artificial intelligence there. So there's not just the internet that we're talking about. And therefore, we don't need to create a whole new process and for people to follow and more meetings just to add the word digital to a process, frankly speaking. So it is not a quite process yet. It is leading towards the Summit of the Future. We're actively participating. And we think there's an opportunity for us to lend our voices to ensure that there isn't, we talk about internet fragmentation, but internet governance fragmentation, so that, again, we go off on two separate tracks to deal with this. Thank you.
Too many mics around, sorry for that. No, I agree with Rodney. We shouldn't probably look at the GDC as an application because, well, the goal is to come up with a compact. I was reading the other day the compact for migration. That could be an interesting example for the GDC to look at. You know, it has clear commitments, clear actions to implement those commitments, and then a follow-up process. So no duplication there. There are models to follow. The discussion, as Rodney was also saying, I think we've been seeing again over the past few days at the IGF about whether we can use the IGF as some sort of follow-up mechanism for the GDC itself. And this whole idea of new forum, I think it was in the UN Secretary General Policy Brief, the Digital Cooperation Forum. It has been discussed quite a lot over the past few days, so I won't go into that. But as Quentin was saying earlier, whatever decision is made, I think a few things should be kept in mind. Are people, countries, governments, other stakeholders having the resources available to follow multiple processes that more or less would be tackling similar or complementary issues? Are there resources to fund more than one process looking into these issues? And then at the end of the day, what would happen with the outcomes of all these processes? Do we bring them together at some point somewhere? Yeah, just a few things to consider as a discussions on the Global Digital Compact Advance. So ideally, we do find ways for things to work together rather than create competition for resources. Thank you.
Tracy?
Thank you. So I did ask Bard and ChatGPT this one because I don't know as well. And they agreed. They agreed. They said that the word they used it was complementary. So that's interesting that they've agreed on that together, so that it seems as if the AI models seem to agree that this is going to work well. So that's useful. In my own opinion, though, again, I'm trying to. There's something in the Caribbean called plain talk, bad manners. So at the IGF, again, unfair comparison, the voice of SIDS is not very loud, and the volume is also not very loud. So in terms of numbers and in terms of representation, even when there are attempts to actually, to request representation, it seems to be that we get lost in the crowd. So to a large extent in the Latin American Caribbean space, Caribbean is silent in the LAC space, Pacific is silent in the AP space, Asia Pacific space, and Indian Oceans are silent in the African space. Not for lack of trying. Larger countries dominate, and that's the way it works. So in the IGF space where that seems to be happening, in the SIDS discussion, I think the GDC might actually improve that. This kind of getting back to Rodney's idea of the one country, one vote process. So again, being very, very plain talk bad manners here, I do think that there's an opportunity in the GDC process to get SIDS points across more specifically, because we have a more equitable voice there. We can't seem to fix it in the IGF. I've been trying for years. Can't seem to fix it, so let's fix it with the GDC. Simple as that. I think that's something I will want to see happen. And if the IGF process sees that happening, maybe they may also wish to bring the SIDS along in their process and not have the same voices, the same countries, and the large groups of people dominating the smaller voices every year. So I think that's something I want to say. I'm saying it here. It's a good forum to say it in. And I hope that we'll fix that with the GDC process. Plain talk, bad manners. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Tracy. I'm going to ask the panel for their indulgence. Ms. Carol Roach from the Bahamas, she is with us in the room and she has to leave. So I want to give her an opportunity to say a few words before she has to go. Carol?
Good morning, everybody, and I suppose early afternoon or late afternoon in different countries. Thank you for indulging me. Carol Roach from the Bahamas, new MAG chair. Keywords that I heard here is the word action, 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 action. So we need to put pen to paper, as one of the speakers said, and say what we want. Write a letter. If you want me to present it to the high-level panel, I will do so. They are actually looking for input, especially on why you come here every year, even though it seems like SID's not being heard, but you come every year. Why is it that you come every year? What you would like to be, what you want to be seen more, what you want improvements on, what's your take on the GDC? And they want this in writing so that they could forward it to the co-facilitators. So I encourage you to do so. The second thing is capacity building. If we're gonna have our parliamentarians or whoever, our missions, go forward to make a vote or to negotiate, they need to know what they're negotiating. I gave an example, well, let me not use my country because next thing I might not get back in. But I think that a lot of times persons in missions, they go to meetings, they take notes. If you're not a technology person or a human rights person or so on, sometimes those notes mean nothing to people. You would find that those notes come to the relevant department when it's time for your government to make a decision and to give their input and to sign. It's not fair. We have to start now in preparing our parliamentarians, our missions. So somehow we need to get funding, we need to push the IGF to get some capacity building at that level. So those are just the two things that I have to say, and I am definitely here for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Carol. I'm not sure if you're going off to another meeting. Yes, I know how it goes. Okay, thank you very much. Still continuing with question 3, I come to you now, Quentin.
Yeah, so what can be the real benefits of a GDC? And maybe I can pick up this question around review and follow-up. So, you know, obviously, again, it's speculative, but if there is an ambitious GDC with commitments and actions, then how is it reviewed and followed up? And maybe I can just take a moment to explain the proposal by the Secretary General for creating a space for that to happen, because that then speaks to how, you know, the IGF might relate to that space, how other fora might relate to that space. And it was named Digital Cooperation Forum. The name doesn't matter that much, but the concept is that it's a space for review and follow-up, and this could address 3 different issues. The first is the issue of gaps in the existing digital governance landscape for considering issues like AI governance, human rights, things like mis and disinformation. And what this central place could be is a place for pooling all of those issues. So internet governance issues that emerge through the IGF could then be injected in there. In fact, the Secretary General created this IGF leadership panel to serve as a bridge or a channel from the IGF into the UN processes. And then, you know, other initiatives like the HR Human Rights Advisory Mechanism or the AI Advisory Body can also feed into this kind of space for review and follow-up. So it addresses some of the gaps. The second thing this would address is this issue of capacity and fragmented governance, and actually having one place where countries can come together to look at issues defragments the governance, by bringing all the strands into one place, it allows countries to focus in a holistic way on digital governance issues instead of running around the world from meeting to meeting, chasing off, all these different discussions, some of which may or may not lead to decisions. And then the third thing it does is, I would say, it kind of preserves and protects the special characters of these different areas. I did not come, but Chengetai showed me the video of the music night here on, I think it was day 1 or day 2. And it seems to me, I've heard the word creative chaos associated with IGF. It does seem, as the first timer at IGF, there is a special spirit to IGF, where there is this feeling where, there's an organic feeling to it, where free discussions can be had on, being impolite, but, saying what we feel. And those are very important, especially when it comes to technical discussions in the technical community, where it really needs to solve problems quickly. And one risk and concern of bringing these politicized discussions around hate speech, misinformation, human rights, AI governance into places like the IGF, data protection and exploitation, is that it can suddenly change the feeling of the discussion and, change the spirit of IGF. And so for these 3 reasons, this new proposal to have a space to review and follow up GDC actions and commitments, addressing the gaps that the existing fora do not meet because of technological developments, defragmenting the governance so that countries who have limited resources can concentrate them on the central place where they can see everything and participate with a strong voice in everything, and preserving the unique character and the spirit of IGF. This is possible, but it's only possible if there is ambition and unity among the member states, those countries who have an interest. Perhaps SIDS sees itself as one of those kind of groupings. And if so, it would be very good to see those voices being, raised loud in the GDC process, so that those interests can be reflected in the outcome document.
Thank you. Okay, very interesting what you said. So you missed the music line. You didn't see me singing. You didn't see me singing. Oh, that's remarkable. You can it's a joke. I'm joking. I did sing, but okay. I think it's very. I love music, and I think the music is really a way to bridge any gap. And it's interesting what you mentioned, that bringing gaps, bridging gaps in between the different processes is very challenging especially for developing countries, having human resources to follow all these processes. What we have done at the Argentina level in my times of working for the government and as an academic is trying to arrange meetings where we all gather together with the delegates that then will participate. But at the same time, these processes are multiplicating, and sometimes the delegations are overwhelmed, especially countries that don't have bigger delegations. So that is challenging. What we have also found as useful is working at the regional level, for example, in between countries of Mercosur, which is Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Brazil, working with associations, internet association, or different associations for telecommunications, or technical bodies. It is challenging, but as far as I understand, the process is towards some coordination or concentration of all these processes. So that would be beneficial, even though I think the beauty of the IGF should be preserved.
Thank you for those comments and that contribution, Olga. I now go over to Misha and our online panelists.
Yes, thank you. Otis, can we hear from you first on the same question, and then Shannon, please.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. All right. I'm going to begin by cautiously saying that no one can dispute the power and influence of UN directives, and that SIDS governments will follow through eventually, especially since digital economy has been touted as a means of realizing the 2030 SDGs. However, discussions at the UN level and at the UN level are exclusive, a level so high and out of touch that a startup entrepreneur or a university student, unless of course it's a research paper, right? An assignment, would not say to themselves, let's see what's being discussed and proposed at the UN today. The objectives of the IGF are still relevant, though duplicated by the GDC. The IGF is in a unique position to reach everyone, from grassroots people and businesses to corporations. IGF is more relatable as internet governance forms part of its name. In fact, at the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, first-year students conduct research and write a report on internet governance topics as their first assignment in their Introduction to Computer Essentials course. And one of those topics include generative AI, such as ChatGPT. The importance of internet governance can become real for these students because they, in addition to civil society and businesses, and I'm talking about small, medium-sized businesses, can join a national IGF chapter and become part of the process, rather than become mere mentions in the mass of texts in the GDC policy paper. Thank you.
Thanks. Shannon, please.
Yes, I think by now we have been discussing IGF. We know more or less what is the IGF after, let's say, 18 years. The GDC is still something that needs to be developed, so we're not sure, we're not certain what it is as yet. But I think it's very important for us to, whatever process we would like to focus on, the people must become better of what we're trying to do. And with the people in this particular case, we are focusing on the SIDS. So SIDS must become better. So whatever direction we are heading, our people in the region, small island development states, they must become better of the process that we are going to focus on. And I think at the end of the day, if we can focus on, let's say, economic, especially economic development, that is very important. We know that, for example, the GDC will be focusing on the SDGs 8, 9, and 10, focusing on jobs, economic growth, and infrastructure. So these are the areas that we should be focusing on, because these are the needs that we are having in our jurisdictions. And not to forget, let's say, the big challenge that we're seeing nowadays with respect to climate change, natural disasters, hurricanes, and so on, because it doesn't make sense if we continue to build all these infrastructures and we don't, I mean, we cannot fight against nature to a certain extent. But while we are trying to build infrastructure, and then climate change can just destroy everything in just a few seconds. So we need to find the right balance, how we can, while we are still trying to focus on the SDGs 8, 9, and 10, to focus a bit on climate change as well, and not to forget, let's say, collaboration, partnership, which is the SDG 17 that I haven't heard being mentioning today, but I think it's also very important for us to focus on. And in addition to that, what I already did mention, we know more or less what our problems are. Let's start focusing, identify them, and to see how we can bring solutions in collaboration to others for our very specific problems that we are facing. So that's basically what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Joel.
Thank you very much, Michelle. We're now going to open the floor for questions and comments from those in the audience and those online as well. For those on site, please go to the microphone, state your name and the organization you represent, and make your comment, your contributions.
Good morning. My name is Mahesh Perra from Sri Lanka, a small island in the South Asia region. Actually, we have been doing our digital, this forum is all about equitable framework for developing countries on digital transformation. So, now when it comes to Sri Lanka, now we have been doing many digital strategies over the last 20 years, 2 decades, but the country is yet to achieve many things. But now we see IGF, CD, the digital, Global Digital Compact, and WSIS, even many other international platforms are trying to set standards, what to achieve to make citizen satisfied. In terms of citizen-centric government, to build citizen-centric governments, citizen-centric nations, to leapfrog from where we are to the next level. Now, when you see these standards, they talk about on what aspect, but hardly they talk about who and how aspect. So when it comes to my suggestion and the request from the esteemed panel, is there any way that we could talk more on who aspect as well as how aspect? Who is supposed to do these things? Because the government, if you take my government, the government is busy with fighting the status quo, the operational activities. Who should drive these initiatives? Because now when it comes to Sri Lanka, now we already have a new digital strategy, digital transformation strategy. But now over the last 2 decades, we implemented, but there are many gaps. Now who should drive these initiatives? Is it a one government organization or multiple organizations who should drive? Can't we have sort of frameworks or best practices into these guidelines? And then when it comes to the how aspect, how we should do it, whether we should do it with the local parliaments, whether local parliaments should get involved in monitoring and evaluation on these measures, or how we should establish now when it comes to SDGs. Now how we are going to make these initiatives sustainable, over the long run, and to bring the citizen, in the forefront and keep citizens satisfied, fulfilled in all these initiatives. So my concern is who and how aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nigel?
Thank you, Jewel. I'm Nigel Casimir, Deputy Secretary General for the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. I rushed to follow the gentleman from Sri Lanka because the comment I wanted to make, I think, would fall straight into the issues that he's raising. I heard comments about identifying shortcomings of the IGF and so on. But there's also some good from the IGF. And one of the things I think is good from the IGF was the outreach and the development of this network of national and regional initiatives. Because maybe some issues might be global, but many issues are regional or national, as the case might be. So in terms of the what and the who and the how, it's not a one-size-fits-all answer. So I would suggest as well, Quinton talked about the GDC establishing some sort of a coordination mechanism. I'm going to suggest that there should be some outreach in that as well, right? And maybe some encouragement of national and regional type of initiatives in the same vein, so that these groups can share with one another, right? And maybe find some common principles and maybe find some special principles that might not apply globally, right? But I think that particular aspect of the outreach is a key point, a key benefit out of the IGF, and we should keep that in mind in any of the implementations coming out of the GDC. One last thing I'll say, since we're focusing on SIDS, is that one might say SIDS is an interest group, and it is, because there are these special things. But even within SIDS, it's not all one size fits all, right? Because one thinks about the Caribbean, small islands, and so on. One thinks about the Pacific, small islands spread out. But the scale is not comparable, right? Whereas we might have populations that might be comparable, the distances we're talking about are not. It's a lot easier to make a business case in the Caribbean for something like submarine cable than in the Pacific. So the local aspects of the problems and solutions need to be taken into account, and we need to structurally build that into whatever we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Nigel. Yes, please, and please keep it short. We've got like 5 minutes left, and I still want to get some takeaways from the panel.
Very quickly, I'm Samir from Sri Lanka, working for the largest telecom company. So we see what's going on the data side. So I was going through the digital compact policy brief. You know, I caught my attention. Something caught my attention very interesting. It's data divide. It says data flow will grow by 400% by 2026. The negative side of it is developing countries risk becoming mere providers. Maybe seen as a telecom company sitting in the data. We see to some extent as well. My question to the panelist is the experts' views on the GDC. What are the kind of interventions you see to handle this data divide? What's mentioned in the policy brief?
Rodney, I'm going to let you take it, and I'm just getting my wrap up. We've got 3 minutes.
Okay, I think Quentin may be more versed with specifically on the provisions of the GDC with respect to the last question. So I would like to say, in relation to the previous question, that I think the saying is you think global and not local. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we talk about global cooperation, but it is really for national parliaments to go back and where necessary, enshrine these things into law. Otis mentioned, for example, the mutually agreed norms for routing cybersecurity. This has to be implemented, not even just locally, but at the level of, say, the operators and the internet service providers. So I think the point is that while we talk, we discuss, we agree on global agreements and so on, it is really for us to go back and do what we need to do to implement. So I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think we have enough time because I just got a 3-minute wrap up. So I really want to thank everyone for coming. A special thanks to our panelists, Mr. Rodney Taylor, the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, Ms. Olga Cavalli, Co-founder and Director of South School on Internet Governance, Mr. Quentin Shu-Lambert, Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, Tracy Hackshaw, President Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, Serena Tenan, Director of Knowledge at the Diplo Foundation, to our online panelists, Mr. Otis Osborne, Department of Information Technology at the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, and Mr. Shernan Osepa, Internet Governance and Cybersecurity Policy Advisor, and also our online moderator, Michelle Marius. Thank you so much. The things with conversations like this is they always leave you wanting so much more, and we're all here for today is the last, so please make sure you exchange numbers and contacts so that we can keep these conversations going. I'm Joe Ford, your moderator. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's 11:30, so I suggest we get started. So welcome. Welcome also to everybody joining us online. I heard we had a bigger crowd online than in the room, which is always exciting, given that the IGF is a hybrid event. My name is Teresa Horeisova. I will be your moderator for today's session, and I'm with the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. And joining me in speaker capacity today is Pua Hunter from the Cook Islands, who is joining us online. Hello and good afternoon to you. Then we have here in the room Liesel Franz from the US government, thank you, and Christopher Painter from the GFC, the president of the GFC Foundation. My helper online for the remote moderation is Alan Tsabanlong, also from the GFC, the director of our Southeast Asia Hub. What we will try to do at this session is to actually mostly have a conversation with you. We will have a few points to get us started, connected to the presentation of I hope major conference that the GFC with its partners is organizing at the end of November in Ghana, the so-called GC3B, the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building. But we will particularly focus on one of the outcome documents that we expect will be coming from this conference, so-called Accra Call, which should set some, let's say, guidelines and ideas for more efficient global action on cyber capacity building. And we would like to use your perspectives to help us shape what this document could look like. So I hope that this sounds as a good plan. What I suggest that we do for start is that we will play a very short video that should introduce the conference a little bit, and then we go to the various speakers. So now fingers crossed that everything works, and if I may ask our dear colleagues here in the room to get Alan on screen, who will share his screen and play the video. Thank you very much. At this moment, it's without sound. Alan, can you stop it for a sec? I don't know if the sound issue is something we can handle in the room or on Alan's end.
Opportunities. It also comes with digital risks.
Alan, can you start again? No, he can't hear us. Sorry about that. Thank you. We can hear the sound now. And apologies for the technical glitch.
The digital world touches every aspect of our lives. It enables us to connect, work, learn, and travel, and plays an important role in safeguarding life essentials such as food, water, and healthcare. Along with huge opportunities, it also comes with digital risks. We all need to be aware of those risks. To ensure a free, open, and secure cyberspace, every country should have the resources, knowledge, and skills they need to invest in their digital future. To this end, nations should work together and support each other with these capabilities so that every country can keep up with the digital transformation. After all, a chain is only as strong as the weakest link. On 29th to 30th of November 2023, the first global conference on cyber capacity building takes place in Accra, Ghana. Co-organized by the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the World Bank, the Cyber Peace Institute, and the World Economic Forum, and hosted by the government of Ghana. This conference will be attended by decision makers from all over the world, high-level government leaders and practitioners, the development community, experts on cybersecurity and capacity building, the private sector, international organizations, academia, from all regions and across all sectors. They will gather to acknowledge that it is paramount for all nations to have the expertise, knowledge, and skills to strengthen their cyber resilience, and to work together on developing these capabilities to ensure a free, open, and secure digital world. We must all act now on cyber capacity building because it is a key enabler for sustainable development, economic growth, and social progress. To this end, at the GC3B, the ACRA call will be announced, a global framework for concrete actions that support countries in strengthening their cyber resilience. Stay tuned to the GC3B 2023.
Thank you very much, Alan, for playing the video. I hope this serves as a little bit of an introduction on what we are up to. But Liesl, if you could tell us more about why, at first place, it's also important for the US government to be involved in these efforts, and why you think the GC3B is tackling some issues that are missing on the agenda.
Great. Thank you, Teresa, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Liesl Franz with the State Department in the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, and I am responsible for our International Cyberspace Security Unit. And one of the key elements, one of our business lines, as I have come to describe it, is on international engagement and capacity building. And it builds upon years of efforts in building capacity around the world in various ways, including helping countries with national strategies, learning from our experience, perhaps mistakes, and also with building incident response teams and other efforts that help build institutions in other countries to address the risks that you heard about in the video. Over the years, fortunately, we've been able to garner a little bit more funding to provide capacity building around the world. We started with sort of one person doing cyber issues and capacity building years and years ago, and we have been able to build that out into a little bit more of activity. But what we found, first of all, is that there's an increasing amount of demand for not only funds, but also the breadth of things that countries are looking for to be able to build up their own resources, knowledge, and skills. And other countries were also looking for ways to help provide such cyber capacity building. And I think, as Chris has said in another session where he talked about the global cyber capacity building, we want to make sure that all the countries that have the means to provide resources or funding are not doing all the same thing for the same people around the world, that we are able to spread ourselves across the globe in a more coordinated fashion, or at least informed fashion. So that is why we were supporters of the GFCE, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, in the beginning, and why we are supporting the conference. Because we think it's a unique opportunity for the multi-stakeholder community and donor countries, this sort of coordinated fashion, recipients, implementers, those who are actually on the ground doing the capacity building that we and others can fund, the private sector and academia, to actually have discussions and dialogue to discuss the current state of cyber capacity building. What does it look like? Where is it happening? What are we providing to whom? And what are the demands that are coming from the global community? And so this comes at a critical moment when conversations at various multilateral organizations, such as the UN, say, or the International Telecommunication Union or others, look to cover capacity building in greater detail because of that growing demand. So as you've probably heard, this year's conference, inaugural, right? Conference is thematically focused on bridging the gap between cyber capacity building and digital development, and I would say maybe development writ large also, because it's not its own, it doesn't have to be its own thing. But it's a unique opportunity to connect various groups and ideas that have too often been siloed and not, Chris used to talk about silos of excellence in the US government, fair point. But we see them in sort of every aspects of the world, and we want to build those, the connectivity between them. So how do we make progress on connectivity without sacrificing security? How do we digitize societies but also make sure that they are resilient? And these critical questions, and these are critical questions for us in the 21st century. We've heard them throughout the week here, and I think probably in our everyday work lives. And I think all of you here and online understand that covering them in detail is important and worthwhile. So for these reasons and probably many others, the U.S. is looking forward to participating through a high-level interagency delegation led by Ambassador Fick, Ambassador for Cyberspace and Digital Policy, and engage the multi-stakeholder community on these questions and probably many more that will come to the floor in the conference. So we hope to see many of you in Ghana as well, and so that we can take meaningful steps toward a safer digital and cyber future. Thanks, Teresa.
So thank you very much, for your remarks, but also for the support of the U.S. government, and kind of reconfirmed by the delegation that you're sending to Accra. That's fantastic. Although this is the conference is called a global conference, it does take place in Africa. It is true that the Africa region is of particular importance to the GFC. It's also a region where we have kind of progressed most with kind of the approach of regional agendas to cyber capacity building. But the main aim of the event is really like to connect the regional perspectives with the global discussions. So in this sense, it will be very important that we get perspectives from various regions. And at this point, I would like to turn to you, Pua, from joining us from the beautiful Cook Islands, to tell us a little bit more about the perspectives of Pacific Island states when it comes to cyber capacity building and how you see the regional efforts feeding into the global action. I hope we have you online and we can hear and see you. Let's give it a few seconds.
Hi, Teresa, can you hear me?
We can both hear you and see you. It's perfect. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. So there's actually a lot happening in the Pacific, in the cyber ecosystem and cyber capacity building space. In my view, this is a good sign because it demonstrates that nationally, countries in the Pacific region are developing their own enabling environment, their infrastructure, their legal framework, their policies and plans, including their capability and capacity to deal with the developments in the cyberspace. And we do receive support from our development partners, such as the World Bank, Asia Development Bank, United Nations Development Program, and so forth, which is a great thing, and we're very grateful. We also benefit from the initiatives of regional and international organizations who deliver cybersecurity initiatives in our region. And for example, the Pacific Cybersecurity Operational Network, PACSON, the Pacific Islands Law Officers Network, the PILON, the Cyber Safety Pacifica, the E-Safety Commissioner, the Oceania Cybersecurity Center, OCSC, and just recently, last week actually, in Nandi, GFCE, the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise, launched its Pacific Hub, and it was a great event. And there's more, many more regional and international organizations are helping us here in the region, in the Pacific region. So it's actually a busy space, a good busy space. And these are useful initiatives, undertakings and training offers extended to our region. However, I think we need to be able to manage these events, both nationally and regionally, so we can better reap the benefit that these initiatives are intended for. It's one thing to bring something to the ground and then leave and nothing moves from there. So yeah, it needs to be managed properly. Back in 2020, the Oceania Cybersecurity Center hosted the Global Cybersecurity Capacity Building Conference. It focused on national approaches to cybersecurity and also engagements in the region and with the development partners. The takeaway for me from that conference was contextualizing nationally and regionally through more collaboration and engagement and also better coordination. And just last week, I attended the Pacific Cyber Capacity Building and Coordination Conference, the P4C in Nadi in Fiji. The same message about collaboration and coordination was also repeated several times, but this time, accountable was also attached to this. And I think that's a very powerful message. We need to be accountable for what we're doing in the cyber ecosystem. For me, this message confirms that cybersecurity is our own individual responsibility as well as our responsibility collectively. So despite cybersecurity and cyber capacity building being a busy space in a region, I think it's highlighting that cybersecurity is a very important component of our digital engagement that cuts across all sectors and across all the dimensions of cyber activities. We've seen that in the CMM review that OCSC did for some of the countries here in the region, including us, the Cook Islands. I'm actually encouraged that at the highest level in the region, our leaders recognize and placed emphasis on the importance of cybersecurity and references in the region's high-level plans, the Boe Declaration, the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy, and recently the Langatoi, the endorsed Langatoi Declaration. Next month, the Pacific Islands Forum leaders will be meeting here in the Cook Islands from the 6th to the 10th of November. And in their program, I was so happy to see that they've got a session for strengthening cybersecurity arrangements. Again, it demonstrates the commitment of the Pacific leaders, and leading up to the upcoming GC3B in Ghana, it sets a clear path for the region, and also the fact that we're looking at high-level participation from our region. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Good remarks there. And, I'm happy that you also kind of called for a bit more action for things to be moving. And that's what we are hoping, that the GC3B will help with. Not only to make some concrete progress on bringing the two rather siloed communities of development and cyber together, but also to bring more political attention to the very urgent issue of cyber capacity building, as Liesel stressed, but then have kind of a tangible document, as an outcome that hopefully can contribute to more concrete actions in the future. So, Chris, if I can turn to you, the document's working title is the Accra Call, but would you be able to tell us a little bit more about the document in the shaping that will then be basis for the discussions and inputs that we will hopefully hear from all of you here? Thank you.
Yeah, certainly, Teresa. And just building off the prior comments to give a little context, we just launched the Pacific Hub. What the GFC does is it tries to do this exact coordination. So as Pua said, and I saw this in Melbourne at the conference, we helped have a session just before the pandemic. Many of the island countries are saying we get lots of offers for help, but sometimes they're the same offers for help, and sometimes we can't actually deal with them. And so one of the reasons for being of the GFC is to take donors and implementers and recipients and try to make more sense out of this, given we don't have a lot of resources. And that really builds on another thing that was mentioned, which is the overall purpose of this conference is to, as Teresa said, to highlight and to promote this idea of cyber capacity building, which is often lost, as important as it is, but also to bring these often disparate communities that don't talk to each other very well, the cyber security capacity building community, which we know very well, but the traditional development community. And the traditional development community not just does digital development, but indeed development projects around the world. And if you think about the SDGs, or if you think about those, almost all of them are undergirded by both digital and having strong cybersecurity. If you think about development projects like water and power, and we saw this in the video, they're often controlled by cyber means, and therefore cybersecurity is a foundational thing, but the communities don't really interact that much. So one of the big outcomes from this is to really promote that integration between these two communities and dialogue and actually leveraging each other's efforts. If we could go to the, just move to slide 5. Yeah. Okay. So obviously bringing people together, having those conversations, having that program is going to be important. But even more important is this is meant to be a process and a call for future action. As Pua said, it's great to have all these like, oh, let's do this, but it's not that great if you actually don't have the actions that follow it. So the ACRA call, which is the working title right now, instead of a declaration. Declarations are like, we declare this, but a call is a call for action, much like the Christchurch call or the Paris call or some of the other ones that are out there, meant to be sort of a living document. And the idea is really to elevate and mainstream cyber resilience and in the development agenda and vice versa with actionable items. So going to the next slide. Okay, so there you go. So it's meant to be an action framework drawing on from existing commitments, but also some new commitments in a few different areas, and really a blueprint for motivation and work in this area for both the development and the cyber communities. And I should be clear, it's not that we're not saying the development community has to understand cyber and the cyber community doesn't have to understand development. We both have to understand and work with each other. I think that both communities have been a little with blinders on. Now there are exceptions, the World Bank, USAID, the British Development Organization, a number of them are doing more of this, and I think that's good, but it's still kind of in its infancy. So this is a blueprint, a call to action with the aim to elevate cyber resilience. And you may wonder why we use cyber resilience. Well, not surprisingly, when you say cybersecurity, the development community says, oh, that's a military thing, that's a security thing. Why are we dealing with this? Cyber resilience, it really resonates with both communities, both the cyber community and the development community. I think it's really what our overall goal is, resilience. So it's to elevate that, promote capacity building that supports larger development goals. Go to the next slide. And I should say that this document is still in development. We hope to circulate a somewhat mature draft at the end of October for comment, for community comment, and welcome your comments then. But today we want to kind of give the conceptual framework and get some thoughts from you. We think it matters now, as Teresa said, because we're at an inflection point. We're at this point where these development projects are getting more dependent on cyber technologies and digital technologies. And we can't afford any longer to be in these separate communities. We can't afford in terms of resources to do that either. There's lots of resources in development. There's not that many in cyber capacity building, but we make each other stronger by working together. And it's meant, the call is directed to countries, including recipient countries, donor countries, regional organizations, private sector, technical community, really the entire multi-stakeholder framework that we know and love so well here at IGF. Next slide. I basically covered this. The framework is really meant to be more of a call to action with specific items that will be listed under 4 major categories. It's voluntary, like most calls are. You can't really reach a binding agreement, as I think any of you know, in a short period of time. But a voluntary call where people sign on or endorse, I think is very helpful. So it's a not formal signatories, but people who endorse it. Go to the next. Okay, and I mentioned these 4 major areas, which will have various thoughts or action items under. And the 4 areas are: 1, actions to strengthen the role of cyber resilience as an enabler for sustainable development. So that's exactly what I was covering, that drawing this connection in very clear terms and making recommendations within that bucket in terms of how the development community and the cyber community can work and leverage each other. The second major bucket is actions to advance demand-driven, effective, and sustainable cyber capacity building. These are things like making sure you have the political will in countries to actually not just do one-off trainings, but that they really want this and you have more sustained capacity building, and that it's demand-driven. You heard Pua talk about this as well, that we're simply not saying, here's a whole bunch of programs, but we're listening and talking to people in regions and in countries about what they want and what they need, and we're matching that, because that, again, leads to sustainability and traction and something that our scarce resources are more effective by. The third bucket is to foster stronger partnerships and better coordination. So the coordination is, again, one of the major elements here, and I mentioned this before. The whole reason we were set up is to promote coordination. There's much better coordination, I'll tell you now, than there was 7 years ago. It's still not perfect. You won't be surprised. But there's a lot. I mean, countries are talking to each other. Donors are talking to each other. The platform we create has allowed a lot of this to happen. It's also happening organically in other venues, too, and that's great. But we need to amp up that coordination because, again, if we don't do that, we're wasting the resources. We're not actually meeting the needs of the countries and the others who need this help. And then finally, the last bucket is one that everyone understands, which is resources. How can we significantly up the game in terms of resource commitments to this area? Much like no one has enough money. We all understand that. No one has enough people to do these issues. But I think the SDGs have been very successful in focusing political attention and getting some resources. And I think there's been a lot of resources devoted to those. And we're not trying to, as they say, rob Peter to pay Paul. We're trying to leverage each other's resources. This is not like give it to us and not to them. This is using the resources in order to achieve the things that the SDGs are trying to do, the development community is trying to do, that we see with the same vision of how this is done. And it also allows us to learn from each other in terms of implementation modules. So those are the 4 major buckets, and we'd love to get input from you in those. It's going to be based on the conference in terms of those 4 buckets kind of reflected in the agenda for the conference, but the content of the declaration or the call is meant to actually be actions after the conference. So the conference is a set piece, but it's really the process I talked about. And I mentioned consultation. We started with a small group of co-organizers, us, the GFC, the World Bank, the Cyber Peace Institute, and the World Economic Forum. Other people who have been on the steering committee who have helped fund the conference, larger group of friends and the community, and we're in that process now, and that's one of the reasons we're here today. So I don't need to go through all these with the public consultations. We're here. We're doing one now. We're going to do one at the Paris Peace Forum. We're going to do one at Singapore Cyber Week next week. Any possibility we have, any chance we have to engage with the community, we're going to take. And as I say, we're going to circulate a mature draft, but certainly willing to take input. So the question we have for all of you is really those 4 buckets that I talked about. Does that cover everything? We think it does, but that doesn't, we don't know everything, and the people who've been working on it don't know everything. So we want input from you. Does those 4 broad buckets cover, I think, the major concerns we're talking about? And are there particular barriers that we need to overcome in better connecting cyber capacity building with development goals and elevating the role of cyber resilience in development and vice versa, that would lend themselves to particular action items that you would like to talk about today? And also, this is an ongoing thing. If you leave this room and say, oh, I should have mentioned this, let us know. I mean, we want to hear about it. So that's really the setup for what we're trying to do today. We really like to hear from you about where you think there could be progress made on this, about the overall idea, and about this kind of structure, and if this makes sense.
Thank you very much, Chris. I think that was quite clear. And now really is the time that we want to hear from you. You come from different backgrounds, different perspectives. You might have maybe come across some complications stemming from the fact that the cyber and development communities don't interact with each other. You might have been involved in various cyber capacity building projects. So I would suggest, Alan, that we actually keep the slide with the 4 areas up. And at this point, really, I would like to encourage you to share your views with us, either online or here in the room.
And don't be shy. We really want your views.
And I know there are a few people in the room who are not shy. No, Michael, you will disappoint us if you don't. Maybe ask you, but we need to get you on the microphone. No, hold on. Otherwise, the online won't hear you. Either take this one or go there, but let me give you this one.
I'm sorry. Mike Nelson with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and I've worked with these people. Really simple question. Why Ghana? What was and what were the other things considered? And well, how much of it will be virtual? I mean, you don't have to be there to be part of it, right?
Yeah, I think we're trying to work on connection details so there'll be good virtual ability. But I'd say it's sort of a long and storied history. I think originally we were hoping to have it at the World Bank in Washington, which also would have posed some challenges for people in visas and et cetera. Because of various COVID restrictions, other things, that wasn't going to work. And then we thought about a number of places, frankly. But as Teresa said, every region has unique needs. And we partner with the OAS in the Americas region. We have a Pacific hub we just launched. We have a ASEAN liaison. We're doing a lot of work in Africa. And the government of Ghana very much wanted to do this. And given all the work that we've been doing in Africa, setting up an African experts group, et cetera, it seemed like, an important place to have. And it also was important, I think, to have the first one somewhere in the global south. I think that was an important thing rather than have it in, there's lots of nice places in the north you can have it, but it doesn't really send the right message. Then it's like a conference of the global north talking about what they're going to do, where this really needs to be a conversation. So that was really the rationale. And we're quite happy about that, too.
Yes, we are, and very grateful to
now, we want to get this one under our belt, but in the future ones, we'll have to figure out where the next one will be. Like, these things always work, but we want them to be representative, and so we certainly want to get people from all over the world. As I said, this is in Africa, but it's not just an African conference.
Oh, thank you very much, Chris, also for the question. Others, please, including hopefully even on the substance of the document in the making. Any takers? Please. Please go ahead, Sparky. Thank you. And yes, if you can also introduce yourself and your institutional affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sparky from... Yeah. Sparky from JPZ. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, obviously, what are written on Accra Core cannot be achieved like 6 months or 2 years. It should have, it may take more than a few years to, to reach the level you like to achieve. So my question is, other than your short time goal, launching the core maybe after a few months, is there any plan for like year after, or maybe your goal within next 3 years? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's why I said for each of these categories, the idea is to have several more specific goals. And although they're not going to have, I don't envision them having strict time frames saying this is going to be done in like 90 days or something like that. We are going to monitor them. We're going to look at them, after 6 months, after a year, see what progress is being made. When there is a second one of these conferences, as was said, this is the inaugural one. That's also stock taking, but there's lots of opportunities for stock taking. And very much the idea of a call is, unlike a more general declaration, is to make sure we're making progress. We don't want this to become shelfware, as many things become, and then you never look at it again. So that's the thought process. Now, people are going to make progress at different rates. Different parts of the community will implement them in different ways. That's why it's voluntary. But we want to track and even go back to the parties who support these efforts and say, okay, well, what have you done? And not in an accusatory way, but in a way that just says, hey, are we making progress?
Thank you, Sparky. Thank you, Chris. Others? Liesl, yes?
Yeah, maybe I can. Stereo. I think, well, first of all, I would say that I think the U.S. government has had some input into, as part of the concentric circles that Chris was talking about, as far as the consultation about the conference and the substance of the call. So I'll say this in my capacity, and not necessarily prejudge or discuss any of the or undermine anything we've said into the process so far. But one of the things that I think comes under the action B, the second bucket on effective capacity building, is looking at the ability for any particular country to absorb a certain amount of capacity building at any given time. Do they have the institution before before they get a deluge of funding for something that's sort of amorphous or doesn't quite fit the need? So demand driven, but also tailored enough to the recipient so that it can be effective and I think also sustainable. The other thing that we have been grappling with is that, to Sparky's point, I think about the fact that foreign assistance and capacity building is often a long-term investment over time and takes time to for the knowledge, skills, and institutions to develop before they can have the full impact that you want. But we have been grappling with more emergent or urgent response in some of the crises, I suppose, for lack of a better word, that we've seen in Ukraine and Albania and Costa Rica. And so there might be, that might be an element of effective as well in the second bucket, although I would also think it could be captured in the third bucket as far as partnerships and coordination. Of course, I think everything relies on D, which is the financial resources. But even if those aren't in text in the Accra call, I think those are two things that we in the United States are looking at when we're looking at these days as far as our strategic approach, our strategic outlook for some of the capacity building that we're trying to do now.
Thanks, Liesl. Thanks, Liesl. I'm all choked up. Others, please. Online, too, if people have comments.
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Okay, my name's Casey Rout, and Das Franz is actually my boss, so I'll pose this to Chris so I don't put her on the hot seat. But we had a conversation yesterday, and I've been kind of thinking about this a little bit more, and it goes into B of sustainable cyber capacity building. And so after the donors and trainers leave, the countries need budgetary resources to continue, the hardware, the software, the knowledge, the training. So how do we work, what's your view on involving legislators in training them, having them understand the value of this so that they create the budgetary resources we need to really have sustainable capacity with cybersecurity in governments? And how do we better integrate them, whether it be through GC3B or other ways?
Yeah, look, I think that's a big issue, and that goes to the political will and the sustainability point. So, there are two aspects of that. One is getting the country buy-in at a legislative and leadership level, and I agree that maybe those are some things we can work into this. Another is, under that last bucket, unlocking the financial resources. You know, there are a lot of financial streams that are available and used in the development community, and there are models the development community uses to measure sustainability, to make sure that their dollars and pounds and pesos and other things are yen are actually well spent, and it's, you know, not just one-off. So I think there's a lot we can learn from the development community too in terms of the tools they use. So for example, one of the things that we're thinking of having as one of those action items is to identify and employ the full range of financial streams available for financing of national cyber resilience activities, including international development financing, domestic resource mobilization, which really goes to your point, private sector, incorporation of cyber resilience and integrated national financing frameworks, and that's exactly your point, I think. So it's not just an add-on or like some boutique little bubble over here. It's actually part of the larger plan. So I think that's the kind of wording we're thinking about now, but I think that helps put that into some relief. So thanks for that.
And I'm really glad that we are talking about the, you know, practicalities connected to budgets and money, because also, as Chris pointed out, I mean, no one has enough money, budget. No
if
one
you could all leave a check on the way out, that would be helpful.
No one has enough people.
Mike, just you just leave your credit card and the you know, and your PIN, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, that's why it's you know, a little bit also, you know, makes the situation inefficient, you know, and we should make sure that the resources are used efficiently, which wouldn't be necessarily happening, you know, if we do not connect these two communities, but also if we do not connect more on kind of coordinating cyber capacity building support globally, which is kind of the main, you know, raison d'être of the GFC. Because we do have a speaker online, and because she is online, I don't want to kind of put her in the shadow. So Poa, please give us a sign if you want to chip in. Otherwise, we will continue the discussion in the room. And I also know we have okay. So yes, no, sorry. I know we have one comment online from Alan. On Southeast Asia, so please go ahead now. Okay, we cannot hear you.
Hello, good morning. Can you
Yes,
hear me
please.
now? Yes.
And, yeah, and maybe let's remove the slides so that we can see you properly, Alan. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yes, the GC3B conference on cyber capacity building. This will inspire other regions and leave with a renewed commitment for global cybersecurity cooperation. So it's very important for the Southeast Asia, not just the Pacific as well, in other regions, so that they will be inspired to globally engage with other regions as to capacity building efforts and share insights and ideas and good practices in that they can learn in the GC3B. And I would also take this opportunity to invite everyone next week, in the GFC regional meeting in Singapore during the Singapore International Cyber Week. And this will be again discussed there during this, I mean next week. Thank you so much, Teresa.
Thank you very much, Alan. And you know, if any of you are traveling to Singapore for the Singapore International Cyber Week, please let us know, so that we make sure that you're also part of the conversation. Any other reflections, either online or here in the room, please? Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Sorry. My name is Guus van Zwol, and I'm with the Dutch government, and we are very supportive, of course, of the GFCE. They're run by our colleagues at the same team. We recently, as the Netherlands, have published our new international cyber strategy, where we also lay a big foundation of our strategy is cyber capacity building. But we do tie it in to also supporting countries that are receiving this cyber support to also adapt their regulatory frameworks in order to make sure that these cyber capacities are being run in a framework that's with respect for rule of law, international human rights standards. And I was wondering what your perspective on that would be, and if that would also be a part of the GC3B conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think, there are parts of any kind of declaration or call, and one of them is sort of the preamble that sets it out. And certainly respect for human rights, and we don't really get into the regulatory framework as much, but rule of law, yes. And then the action items are more, I think, more tailored to other things, although there's some of that mentioned there too. But that is certainly a goal. We want to integrate that, better governance and respect for human rights, and this is like foundational to the GFC certainly too, going forward as we do this. And that's indeed what the development community does too. So that's another place where there's a good nexus, I think.
Thank you. Also,
and Teresa, if you have thoughts, or Pua, if you have thoughts, or
Pua has thoughts actually. So Pua has thoughts. So a second, second attempt to connect you, Pua, please.
Thank you, Teresa. Sorry. I actually wanted just to circle back to the comment earlier on from one of our participants here about the sustainability. So right, sometimes when our donors come and assist us with something, and then they leave, and there's no continuity. We need to look at how we can resource ourselves properly, so there's sustainability attached to it. Also, from our the meeting last week in Nandi, participants were talking about these trainers coming into the countries, so that there's more of us to be trained at one given time, rather than one person going to a regional or somewhere where the trainer is able to train many countries, but one or two from each country. So the idea is to bring the expertise and train more on the ground, rather than one or two going out to be trained. Because the other issue with that is the knowledge learned from these trainings overseas may not be transferred back, or appropriately transferred back in country. So again, those needs to be looked at appropriately. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pua. That's a very concrete suggestion there. Any other reflections, comments? Chris,
I should say that, I totally agree with that, and we've seen that. So, I'm not sure it fits under several buckets, but one place that we're trying to reflect that now is under the third bucket of fostering stronger partnerships and better coordination. And one of the things we're thinking of under that is a bullet or something that would say fostering the leadership of developing countries in coordinating CCB efforts in close cooperation with donors and others. So it's more locally owned as well. And I completely agree that just having a whole group of people descend on the country and then leave again doesn't actually help in the long term. So you do want to have, there's another part in the last bucket where we talk about systemizing South-South and triangular cooperation. So again, it's not just, a whole bunch of people landing on your shores and then leaving again, but really kind of building this in more permanently.
Kind of the trainers logics in that. No, thank you very much, Chris. Any other reflections? Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, Linda Mazels from the State Department. So I'm interested in deconflicting between donor countries and how we can use the GC3B and GFCE as a mechanism for doing that. That would also involve not reinventing the wheel. So if there are tools that already exist, that there's no reason to do them again. How do we find them? How do we, for instance, use an existing tool like the Sybil portal to make sure that we are not doing the same work over and over again? And how do we get donor countries to speak to each other? Thank you.
And that's the raison d'etre for why we were created, is for that very purpose. And indeed, when we were in the Pacific, when we were launching the Pacific Hub, we had a sort of side meeting, which I guess we do every couple months, of the donor countries there, or a core group of donor countries, which they found this has been at their request, so that they can share information with each other. Now, it's never going to be perfect, because countries have their own priorities, and that's the way the world works, and that's fine. But I think they welcome the ability to share that information, to find out what someone else is doing, because sometimes it's like, well, we don't need to do that, or we can join your efforts, right? So, and we don't want the acrid call to create giant new structures. That I think is not helpful. We leverage the structures we have. Many of you know, who've been following some of the debates in the OEWG. There's this debate: should we create a new ecosystem? Well, why would you do that with the scarce resources you have when you need to leverage what's there? So, for instance, under the coordination, the third bucket, one of the things we specifically say is utilize existing coordination platforms like ours, for instance, to better coordinate and deconflict and have the kind of donor dialogue that you're talking about, and strengthen them. So make them more participatory, get more people involved in them. So I think that's what we're trying to do. Take what we have, make it stronger, and be more effective with the resources we have.
Thank you very much, Chris. And maybe just to add, because Linda also mentioned the Sybil portal, it's available on sybilportal.org, and it's kind of a resource where we try to map various cyber capacity building projects globally. It's possible to, filter on specific region, specific country, and, get the information on already implemented or currently ongoing projects. And why is that important? Because to be able to plan, let's say, a new activity in a specific country, it is kind of a good idea to build on what others have done, so that there is, to the extent possible, a little bit less duplication of efforts, and ultimately, again, more efficient use of the limited resources available for these activities. Any other comments or inputs? Susan, please. Susan Garoye from our Pacific Hub, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'd like to also just on what Linda has said when it comes to deconflicting interest when it comes to donors. What we notice is that we're living in an era where collaborations and cooperations is a strength going forward. Going solo, an individual is not effective anymore. And there are many reasons to it. And in the Pacific, one of the things that I noted is we are on different paths when it comes to cybersecurity. Some of us are more advanced. Some of us are just taking baby steps. And with this well-coordinated effort, we ensure that no one is left behind, and we make use of all the resources that we have. So that's a plus on these types of platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. Definitely a good comment there. If there are no other comments. So, yes, Lisa, and then Chris. Yes?
Thanks. This conversation has actually spurred a couple things for me that maybe to add to the thought process going forward. One is that, we talked about in the video, and a lot of the conversations here have been about the cybersecurity efforts to address the risks, and that there is a cost to doing so. But there's also, I think, many benefits to providing cybersecurity efforts in the processes and digitization and digital transformation efforts that countries are going through right now. And I think finding a way to emphasize the positive, because, when we talk about funding, or we talk about political will, or we talk about funding or political will, those are pretty important. Sometimes it's hard to say, well, we've got, we have to make this huge investment in cybersecurity for something may never happen. But I think perhaps changing some of that rhetoric to providing cybersecurity for the betterment of economies and digitization and, investment in economy, that might be something to if a development bank builds a bridge, it's a positive, right? So maybe thinking about what the analogy is there for cyber. And then secondly, I really appreciated Pua's comment about wanting to have the ability for training on in-country and on-site, so that it is well integrated into the whatever phase of development that institution or the country, agency is in. But I think perhaps we can also talk about the various types of training or capacity building that can happen, maybe thinking about it in stealing a page from the legal community, continuous learning or continuing education, so that there's a, sort of fundamentals and then things that will help individuals, even if they have to go somewhere else to get it. We know that not every, CERT, for example, can send all their people to a training and outside the country at any given time, but perhaps there are ways that individuals who have been trained in country can then take advantage of continuous learning opportunities going forward. Anyway, that's just a reaction to a couple things that people have said here, and if it's able to be captured and there's interest by others, then perhaps some way to think about it.
So thanks for that. There are a couple of things that, as I heard some of the comments, I just like to know. First of all, we welcome your continued feedback. Does the structure make sense? Are we missing a whole, I don't think we are, but are we missing a whole group of things that we should be addressing? I think the comments I've heard would fit into those 4 buckets in some level. To the question was asked by our Dutch colleague earlier, one of the proposed things we're thinking of putting under the second bucket is professionalizing cyber capacity building community of practice with tools and guides to help stakeholders put into practice established principles, including human rights-based and gender-sensitive approaches to CCB. So that is built into at least our thinking right now. It has to be put on paper and actually kind of wordsmithed and negotiated among folks, but that's certainly there. And also this idea of doing a better job of creating tools where we can measure the results, and that's where the development community is pretty good. They or at least I think they're pretty good. They have these tools where they measure the result of a project, because that then helps them decide where they're going to invest. And the other thing they do well, which I think we need to figure out how to do, is to prioritize. One way is to link it to critical national resources. Big projects are going to make a big difference where cyber is going to be critically important. Figuring out how to prioritize too, I think will help too, and learning from each other on that. So those are some of the areas. But I'd say again, we have a couple more minutes left. Do you have any input or things you think should be in there or thoughts? But also welcome input afterwards. So you have 4 minutes, right? 4 minutes. So take advantage of it. Structure any one of these, any comment, any suggestion you'd like to see.
And yes, it's before lunch, so we respect that. And anyway, it's time to wrap. But thank you very much, Pua, Alan online for your support, Liesel and Chris here in the room, and in particular to all of you online and on site. To those of you here in the room, on your way out, we have prepared some more resources on GC3B and some goodies as well. So you might take it home with you. And as this is the last day of the IGF, let me also wish you very safe travels back home and see you around. Thank you very much.
And I should thank you all for being here. I should just shout out to Teresa for organizing this. And this, Teresa has also been on the multi-stakeholder advisory group for the last several years, and she's rotating off that, so thank her for all her efforts in the IGF too.
Hello.
Okay, dear friends, last session, at least for me, and I think also for most of you, here we are in a meeting of the IS3C, or the Internet Standards Security and Safety Coalition, which is actually the name of one of the dynamic coalitions here at the IGF. The topic of this workshop is, or the title of this workshop is Procuring Modern Security Standards by Governance and Industry. And that's part of the interest of this dynamic coalition. In general, when you look at security being deployed in organizations, then there is always an informed self-interest to protect yourself. The problem with securing the internet is that that is security for the common good. And usually you're securing something within your infrastructure to protect yourself partly, but also others. So there are all kinds of economic incentive problems that make that the introduction of internet security standards and common practices might be difficult. And this dynamic coalition sets out to both study and stimulate the deployment of those modern internet standards. I'm looking at Wout, seeing if I'm summarizing this well. And we're here to discuss a number of the work items that the coalition has been working on. Can I have the next slide? Can I have the next slide? Yes. So we're here with a bunch of speakers and panel members. My name is Olaf Kolkman. I'm from the Internet Society. We have Satish Babu, we have Flavio Kenji Janai, Liz Orembo will join us later. Wout de Natris is here at the end of the table. Satish and Flavio are also at this table, of course. Gerben Klein-Balting is online, if everything is well. Annemieke is to my left, to the right for the watchers. And Gilberto Zorella is in Brazil and online. The layout of the session, you can skip this slide. Everybody knows by now that I'm that person. I'm giving the introduction at this moment. Then Gerben Klein-Balting and Annemieke Toersen will talk a little bit about the role of open standards, particularly in procurement experience in the Netherlands. A nice presentation. Then Wout de Natris will talk a little bit with Liz, who will be there. Then we have an opportunity for questions from the audience, both online and here in the room. Next slide. Satish Babu will then present some perspectives. At that time, we're close to 2:30 already. And then we'll have a panel discussion. Oh no, we will have Gilberto Zorello and Flavio giving some perspective from Brazil. And after that, we have only a couple of minutes for a panel discussion and further questions. If everybody is still awake and not fallen asleep from a long, long week. So let's go. Without further ado, the session on the platform Internet Standards in the Netherlands. But before we go there, Alyssa Hever from the Dutch government, Ministry of Economic Affairs, is here, and she would like to say a couple of words. Camera swing to the to the microphone about this initiative.
Yes, so my name is Elisa Hever. I'm from the Dutch government, from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and the Netherlands has, or the Dutch government has been fully supportive of this platform Internet Standards and of the forum standardization where Annemieke is from. And these two standard public-private partnerships have been really crucial in the Netherlands to, at least for the Dutch government, to further adopt standards that are deemed of importance. And I think it's good that we're having this session here. And I would also really like to encourage other governments to work together with experts in their countries on internet standards and on other types of standards, to see which standards should be adopted by governments and used for procurement. You'll hear a lot more about that, and yeah, I really think that we should. Well, I'm really pleased that we have this good relationship in the Netherlands, and I hope to see this spread across the world. So, have a good session here.
I guess that's back to me. Yes, without further ado, I think we are going to listen to Gerben. So if the Zoom room can be opened so that Gerben can speak, that would be great. Gerben, are you with us?
I am with you, but can you hear me?
And now we can hear you. Hello, Gerben.
Good morning. Well, as mentioned by Olaf, talking about standards is not relevant just for the individual user of the internet, but for the common good. And it has been some, I think, 10 years ago that, amongst other people, Olaf and I met at a meeting at the Ministry of Economic Affairs in the Netherlands, where we sat together with organizations across the board from, let's say, the Internet Society in the Netherlands, as well as Dutch government. And all of us were involved in some way in trying to bring open, modern standards forward. But we all realized that this was not an easy thing to do. The adoption process is sometimes very slow. It can take many years before the actual take-up of a new standard is realized. And discussing this topic, we realized that we could do something perhaps in close cooperation in a public-private initiative that then was called the Platform Internet Standards. Our first meeting was around 9 years ago of this new body, of this new platform. And we soon realized that we really had to stick together, government, public organizations, private organizations, to make this work. And one of the things that we soon realized is that if we would like to make modern internet standards more acceptable for everybody, it would help if there would be some kind of test tool to make sure that everybody could see if their own website and email or local connection could actually use these modern standards, and if they use them, whether these standards are set up in the right way. And of course, this is not something that many individuals will do themselves. So we initially focused at organizations, hoping to attract both the technical people in such an organization, as well as the board members, because it's not something that can be done by IT technicians alone. It has to be accepted by the board of an organization as well. This test tool, and some of you may know it or even use it, it can be found at the website internet.nl. And there we dive into many of these modern open standards, but we do not only explain the standard and test the standard, we also point out how you can go, and this is the procurement part, to your supplier if something is not set up correctly, or if a standard is simply not used. So one of the things that we offer is insight in does your website, does your email, does your local connection function correctly with these modern standards? And if not, what would be the kind of solution that you can apply. At this website, you will also find the Hall of Fame of those websites that are already 100% up to speed with these modern standards, but also a Hall of Fame of hosting organizations that can help you if you want to have their support to have your own website and email set up in a correct way. And we have seen that the use of internet.nl by many organizations and many individuals is growing and growing. I think we will pass over 1 million tests this year in the year 2023 itself. And we come from, let's say, 650,000 tests last year. And we do also see tests in a more technical environment, our API and our dashboard, where you can run multiple domains, multiple email servers at once, and see if these are all set up correctly. So these modern standards, we think, will benefit everybody because your safety and security and connectivity online will be enhanced greatly. So what we try to achieve is that as many people have and organizations have these modern standards so that we can all benefit from an internet that is functioning correctly. And the good news is, as Alisa mentioned in the beginning, it would be great if other countries would have the same idea about these modern open standards and applying them. And we are more than happy to help other organizations, other countries, to set up something similar. And some countries already have, like Brazil, like Denmark, like Singapore. So we see initiatives around the globe in the adoption of these standards and tooling. And we are open to learn from other experiments as well. And you can't do without explanation. And the explanation can be found at the website itself, but also in the help and the help team that we have to provide organizations with support. And we have also made some tooling available, and not only from our platform internet standards, but also from international and national organizations that have the same kind of idea. So for now, I would like to hand over to Annemiek and let her explain what the Dutch government does with the Forum Standaardisatie. And you're more than welcome to visit internet.nl and make use of our test tools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerben, for your introduction. And thank you for attending our session, all of you here and abroad. My name is Annemiek Toersen from the Netherlands Standardization, and I'd like to tell more about how Holland and the Netherlands do something about adoption of open standards. Why actually open standards? I am from the Forum, Netherlands Standardization, and the standardization is a think tank and aims for more interoperability of the Dutch government. Open standards are key to this goal, and therefore the standards from Forum actively promotes and advises the Dutch government about the usage of open standards. So the Forum has about 25 members with various backgrounds from government, business and science. And the main topic of the Forum is the organization of the so-called comply or explain list of open standards. And this list should be applied by the complete public sector organizations, central as well as decentral. So why open standards? All open standards we promote regards information exchange between governments and citizens, and also between governments themselves. So with open, we mean that the specifications of the standards is publicly available and that interested parties can participate in the standardization process. So there should be no single party that controls the standard. So open standards are important because of the interoperability, as mentioned here, and the security, which influences trust, of course, accessibility, as government is obliged to inform the whole society, of the society as a whole, and vendor neutrality. When it comes to internet standards, the Dutch government has a threefold strategy shown here in the picture. I will go briefly through it. First, the standardization forum can mandate specific open standards, and we can do so by including standards on this list, the so-called comply or explain list. This is done after carefully research, in which we also consult technical experts. And standards on this list should be required when governments are investing in new IT systems or services. As we survey under some bigger ICT organizations within the Dutch government, we have seen quite some progress using open standards. However, it also became clear that some organizations hadn't moved yet. So therefore, in addition to the comply and or explain list, standardization forum can also make agreements with ultimate implementation dates. That might be handy, because we have already done so for several modern internet standards, like you might know HTTPS and DNSSEC. And we have initial plans to make such an agreement for RPKI as well. Oh, sorry, I go back because I wasn't finished yet on that number 2. I've just finished number 1, the mandatory. If we go to cooperations, we work together. Let me show a little bit more. Finally, we mandate also, apart from number 2, we by specific open standards law. For instance, the open standard HTTPS is now, since July the 1st in Holland, in the Netherlands, and obliged by the law, the WDO, the Digital Government Law. If we go to the second block on the left side, the cooperation, we invest in community building. So we try to bridge the gap between technical experts and government officials. So therefore, we're already happy with the internet standard platform Gerben just mentioned, and are actively participating in this platform. This cooperation enables us to be more effectively helpful to governments with their technical questions, and also with their questions regarding how to request modern internet standards from their vendors. And the third block on your right side, we monitor the adoption of standards. So how do we do that? We review tenders and procurement documents. And for modern internet standards, we happily use, of course, the internet.nl, Gerben mentioned already, to frequently measure over about 2,500 government domains. A small note I can mention here is that since internet.nl now also has a test for RPKI, we will perform a large-scale measurement for RPKI, and the results of this measurement will be used in the decision process to set on ultimate implementation date for RPKI. All right, we go indeed to the next slide, Sadish. Yes. In order to benefit the use of open standards, it's very important to have a certain critical mass. Because if only 1 or 2 organizations use the standards, the public society has no advantage at all, actually. So we need more and more participants using open standards. And by creating more transparency, we create also more openness. We refer to an analysis of the Bureau of Economic Policy here in the note under these 2 downwards in this sheet. You can have a link if you like from us. Furthermore, I go to the mandatory, number 1, specifically. As I told you, we have a comply or explain list, and on that list we have about 40 open standards. These standards are evaluated through 4 criteria. Openness, added value, market support, and proportionality. Therefore, the critical mass, as mentioned before. A standard should be actually proven in practice. That's very important. Open standards vary in different categories, like, well, of course, the internet and security standards, document standards, and web standards, but also, for instance, for administration, like e-invoicing, but there are many more. And when the government invests, they should request for those relevant standards. Government should use these standards. In case they don't use it, then they should report it, and with a specific reason. For instance, if it costs extremely much money, then they can report it in their annual financial report why they didn't use the open standards. Okay, we go to the next slide, please. I already mentioned 40 open standards, of which about 15 are related to the internet security. And these standards prevent, for instance, from spoofing, eavesdropping, and, well, you might know better already, but those are some of those internet standards. RPKI we already mentioned, but, well, especially DNSSEC and IPv4 in addition. Security.txt is just a new one on our list. It's very handy. Next sheet, please. We go, as you recognize it, to number 2, the cooperation. So to get further in promoting the use of these open standards, we don't only mandate, but also indeed cooperate, as I mentioned before. And we do that in a couple of ways, nationally, internationally. Nationally, Gerben already mentioned the platform internet standards, but also with the Secure Mail Coalition. Last week, my colleagues were in Messieu in Riga, and together with a lot of European countries, talking about the international possibilities. And we reuse internet.nl code as much as possible. Denmark, Australia, Brazil already started with it, but we invite you as well. If you are interested, please take contact with us, because we can help you. The code is in English available, and well, we can assist whenever you want, in order to create that critical mass again, because more people, then it works more sufficient, and we have more knowledge gathering together and get it better every day. Besides that, we contact vendors and hosters. So think about Cisco, Microsoft, of course, Open Exchange, Google, Akamai. Well, we can mention much more, but and as an example, Microsoft, we contacted them in order to implement DANE, support DANE security standards. And this inspired Denmark as well to write a letter. And the results are with success, because coming spring, 2024, they will fully support the DANE security standard. So that is very... we look forward to see that next year. Microsoft will work together. Finally, the monitoring, where I was talking about, we evaluate the tenders, as I mentioned, on the relevant open standards, and we research whether those open standards are included. So apart from that, we take also contact with governments in order to check whether they requested open standards and are included in the offers of suppliers. If they didn't, then we call them and get in touch and ask why. Because some of them don't explain, unfortunately, in the report. So we would like to know why they didn't ask it. And a lot of procurement departments don't even know how to start with it. So we support them with the special text for tenders. And we support them with a decision tree, which makes it handy for people who are not so technically, don't have a technical background, but a procurement background, can support them to ask for those specific standards. Unfortunately, we conclude that these tenders still not fully complete with open standards. That's a pity. And we report this once a year to the cabinet in the Netherlands. The internet.nl mentioned already a couple of times. You see also this nice T-shirt. if you score as a Dutch organization 100%, then you have a very special T-shirt, apart from the Hall of Fame, of course, Gerben mentioned. The actual usage of the open standards is so measured twice a year. So twice a year we offer this also to the cabinet. And the tooling, we can do that in mass, but also if some organizations like to have their own measurement, that's also possible. So please contact us. And we conclude that there is quite some growth in using the open standards due to the cooperation. So we mentioned already the cooperation with Microsoft, but also other vendors. And that might, that have results. That's good to hear. So it works. That's what it says. Good to know for you is that we sometimes dig deeper. So, for instance, vendors who lag behind, we contact, and if there is room, we advise about the standards, and so to use the use of improves. And the last final, well, actually, it says already, if you don't ask it, you don't get it. So that's for sure. Eh? So some lessons learned. Please make sure whenever your government tender, ask for open standards. And check it with the tooling internet.nl. Just like Denmark, Australia and Brazil who did reuse the code. So I invite you, if you have questions about that, but also hesitate, like, is it something for our country or our government? Please feel free to question. Thank you very much. I hand it over to Olaf.
Thank you. And I just typed in my personal domain, xorks.nl, in internet.nl, and yes, 100%, that T-shirt is mine. I also, just as a remark, I also have to smile a little bit when you talk about modern internet standards, because some of the standards that you refer to as modern are indeed a quarter of the age of the internet itself. However, the security.txt standard has been published as RFC 9116 in April 2022. So that is a really interesting, fresh standard. And just to give you a little bit of a feeling why that standard is so important, the security.txt standard is very simple. It says publish contact information of the person who is responsible for the security of your website in a specific location of your website, so that somebody who finds a bug, a vulnerability in your website, knows where to find that contact information. It's a very simple standard about, if you want to know something, look there. And by doing so, you help people that do security research being able to contact the people responsible for the problems. And that makes a great difference in the security of the internet. Again, this is not about your own infrastructure, although this one helps, but it's also about collaborating in the greater good. And I think that security.txt is an easy explainable example of this. A quick logistical question, Wout. Will you take your session now, or shall we first move on to... You'll take over, okay. Wout, you have something to report.
I have. Thank you, Olaf. My name is Wouter Natris, and I am a consultant based in the Netherlands. And within the IGF community, I'm the coordinator of a dynamic coalition called Internet Standards Security and Safety, as you can see on this slide. And our strapline is making the internet more secure and safer. And that's, of course, something that everybody tells you and everybody says, but we actually came up with an action plan to do that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. That started at the virtual IGF of 2020 with a concept of a dynamic coalition. In 2021, we were able to present 3 working groups. And that is number 1, 2, and 3 you see on this list. And the first one is security by design on the Internet of Things. And that working group released its report this Tuesday here at the IGF. The second one is education and skills, and that already released its first report last year in Addis. And we'll come to number 3 very soon, and number 5 as well. Number 4 is internal, but also does analysis of our relevance compared to the Global Digital Compact and the Sustainable Development Goals, and that last report was also presented here at the IGF. Number 6 is data governance and privacy. That was supposed to be released, but that was done together with UNDESA, and they decided not to release so that we could not share that information here. Number 7 is a skeleton that never came true, but I had a meeting today that may actually revive it very soon. So that is encouraging news. Number 8 is on DNSSEC and RPKI deployment, 2 standards that have been mentioned many times at this table already. But this is not about talking about the technique of deployment. We're going to try and produce a narrative that convinces people in decision-taking positions to actually procure secure by design. And it may be that they're always asked from a technical point of view, but these people probably need political or economical or social or security arguments to be convinced to invest or demand the secure levels of security. Number 9 we announced is on emerging technologies. And also there we had several talks here at the IGF. These are quite encouraging that we will be able to start this global comparison on policies that are being developed on AI, quantum, and perhaps in the future metaverses. Number 10, you see is a dot. Number 11 is a dot. Anyone who has an idea that would fit this dynamic coalition can step up to and contact me or Mark Ravel, who is not here, but who is our senior policy advisor, and share your idea, and then perhaps we will see what we can do together. So let me proceed to number 3 and number 5. That is what we are presenting on here today. Next slide, please. So the working group number 3 is called Procurement and Supply Chain Management and the business case. The person should be presenting here is Liz Orembo, but apparently her session took along longer than planned, and hopefully she still comes in, and if not, I will do the presentation completely, but I have done it before. This is not really an issue. This working group produced its first report here at the IGF. So we released it on Tuesday, and what we did, next slide please, is a global comparison of procurement policies of governments. Next slide, please. That what this group did was try and see how many procurement documents are available on the internet, but also to see if they're from the government or from the private sector. What we found are only public documents. So we found 11. Oh, Mallory, you can take over right away. There's a chair free, so I've only at the first slides. You can sit and present if you like. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Literally. Yeah.
It's a great timing because I'm at the first slide. I was explaining what we were trying to achieve. So thank you. This is Mallory Nodal, and Mallory actually did the whole planning and the part of the research, and she was responsible together with Liz Orembo for the report. So Mallory, great to have you here, and please take over from me.
Yeah, how much time do I have? I don't want to go on and on.
Yeah.
About 10? Okay, good. Right. So sorry to just interrupt this whole flow, but I was at a different session and it just ended. So I'm glad to be here. I'm glad the timings worked out. So yes, this is then the first slide where we're really explaining what the goal of this work has been defined as. When we look at the procurement and supply chain management and the business case, that of course is in addition to other tactics where we can further the security standards throughout the internet. But at this very particular point, we also wanted to consider what is then the internet governance's role in in this work? How could the IGF, from where it sits and all the stakeholders that participate in it, benefit from this sort of research and perspective and guidance when talking at a high level about norm setting around the recommendations for procurement and for supply chain management? So we will go to the next slide, please. Do I have to do that myself? Okay, great. And so, of course, we wanted to then, in the plan, figure out where we're headed and how we're actually going to get there. And it primarily, to me, seems as to be a research project, assuming that there are, in fact, many procurement guidances out there already. And the question really is, do they include and consider security standards? And if we are creating new guidance at the more global level, we want it to, of course, be impactful and to be taken up. So part of the research of figuring out what already exists in this space is an exercise in finding out who our main stakeholders would be and ensuring that the work product that comes out of it is any good. So that's what this slide really tells you. The text is, of course, too small for you to read here, but we identify the outcome as meeting global internet security standards is a ubiquitous baseline requirement in any public or private sector procurement and supply chain management policy. Now, the different objectives speak to some of the different strategies I've just mentioned. We want to fully scope and map the variety of procurement policies that already exist to determine what are the current challenges and opportunities for people setting those policies. The second objective is to make sure that we can distill that into very actionable guidance for anyone who is writing these policies, either or refining them for that matter, or even implementing them. And then the last thing is, of course, that we want to create a group and a community, a dynamic coalition, if you will, around this work so that it continues and it's strengthened by iteration, by continued research. So those are the three different objectives. There are different activities under each one that I'm not going to go ahead and elaborate, but just suffice to say, we're really just in the first bucket. We're really only looking at this very early stage at the research itself and the scope of what we're actually up to. So that's what we've been able to accomplish with this first research paper. The next subsequent, where we're distilling it into real guidance, where we're building a community of practice around this, that comes in the years to come. So next slide, please. So this is what our survey achieved. We really just had to, of course, create a research question, create sub-questions, actually go out and find source material to question, to be curious about. So we were asking what has been done by others on procurement and supply chain management guidance. What is already out there? There's a really uneven spread. We sort of assumed at some point that we would hit on a gold mine, maybe like a regional document had been created and then all of the countries in that region had followed the document, but that never really actually happened. In fact, it's really patchy. You do have some European countries who have done something, but then you have some like Latin American countries, but it's not even, and it's actually not clear where this sort of norm setting could happen, which indicates that there's a gap and that this is something we can actually do. So the next slide, please. I'm not going to go through the terminology, but for the purposes of the paper, we do try to define what these concepts mean. Next slide, please. So the methods was really quite straightforward. It was desk research. We didn't get to a stage where we would do actually interviews with people. I feel like that might be next phases where we're actually looking at, what kind of guidance would be helpful and actionable. You actually talk to people who've done this before and try to understand from them what they've done in a qualitative kind of way. But this was very just, let's find all the documents we can that seem to fit the brief and read them and break them down. So we created sub-questions when we're asking. We were curious about only procurement that talks about cybersecurity, not all procurement. We don't care where people's pencils come from. We then distilled it into, are they talking about, well, obviously they had to be published. That was the second one. And then we were looking for clues that security standards would actually be present in those documents. Next slide, please. Yep. I think this is really straightforward. I just want to say that we did take care in making sure that we had representative samples. We were hoping to have a spread on language, but that was a challenge because the main researchers were English speaking. We wanted to make sure that we had not just global North countries, but also global South countries. We were looking, of course, for places where there was synergy between different procurement policies, and then obviously where there are also gaps. Next slide, please. We, in order to present the findings, we did actually track the findings. We were looking through all of these. We struggled to figure out at first how to present all the different findings because it was such a patchwork sampling, and there was not the synergy that we expected. So we went ahead and adopted an existing framework that comes from NIST that at least takes cybersecurity functions and breaks them out. So this just allowed us to be a little bit more incisive as we were distilling some of the advice that we found in the different documents. So I'm not going to go through this, but in the report, it helps orient the reader a bit to this NIST framework so that you can see why we rationalized presenting the findings in the way that we did. Next slide, please. The conclusions, I think, are the most important part, so I won't rush through them so much. I'll let you read them. I will just point out a few. So actually, I'll just point out two. I'm going to focus on the Netherlands for both of them, so we can all be proud of how well the Netherlands has done in this area. It's something that we knew to expect going into it, but specifically the two that we thought were worth mentioning was that one of the very few procurement policies that even mentions standards at all was coming out of the Dutch ministry, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce the name of the
was toe of leg uitlijst, and we just had a presentation about both of these.
Wonderful. So you all know already how terrific they were, but they turned up in our research as examples of things that we would like to see others potentially will make it into our guidance to follow. So next slide, please. The other sort of real conclusions here that I think are worth mentioning is then where this research points to future work, because it was our intention all along to not really do anything new with this research, but actually point the way towards what could be done. And so I think we've done a good job of identifying and making a case for why we need to take future action. And this is for others who really want to take up this work and want to use the IGF as a platform to move some of this significant work forward. So the open standards, open cybersecurity standards, should be points of reference, and there's an opportunity to make use of that. There are some international treaties that also could be translated into compliance mechanisms that could implicate procurement, supply chain. There are many places that do not even have standalone documents, and it might be a good opportunity, or that haven't published them openly. I guess we could maybe give that caveat, but that's an opportunity to do that and to encourage it, right? So if you have procurement policies, please publish them. If you don't yet have them, maybe you ought to consider it because it's quite important. The fourth future work area is that we could also, develop these frameworks, right? So this, I would imagine, would be in the larger work within the dynamic coalition, where you connect this strategy, remembering it's one of many, to the larger work that other people are doing within a framework. There is also a need to do proper documentation, not in the sense of norm setting, but just in the sense of learning, monitoring, and evaluation of how this works when there is an incident. We're folding that in and trying to learn from it in the context of procurement. And then the very last thing is just, it would be really great in the IGF, again, to leverage the multi-stakeholderism of this and to encourage more coordination. We often feel like this might be a conflict of interest to have industry and governments, especially when those industry are going after those contracts, those procurement contracts. But in fact, that ability to collaborate and work more closely, I think could have good effects. So that should be the last slide, but maybe we'll go one more. See, yeah, so of course you can contact us. This is all information that's also in the report itself, so you don't need to worry about this slide. And I think that's it then. So thanks. I hope that was on time. I didn't.
Yes, thank you, Marilyn.
That was perfect. Wout?
Now I'm going on with the next slide.
Good. Then it's not perfect, but
It's-
we'll manage.
It's definitely perfect what Mallory said, as you could. She voices it much, much better than I ever could. So thank you, Mallory, for joining us. But I think, and this is not on a slide, but from the other research that we've done, for example, on IoT security, what we see is the same what comes out here, is that this open internet standards that we're talking about are almost not recognized by governments. They're not in policy papers, let alone in legislation, which we're not advocating here. But the fact that governments don't recognize the existence of exactly that what makes the internet work is worrying. Because does that mean that they don't know it exists? Do they don't understand what the implications are if you don't protect that inner core of the internet? So that is a question that comes up in all our research. As you can see that we went through procurement study and global comparison study with the recommendations and the conclusions that you just saw. We also have a working group that is called Prioritizing and Listing Existing Security-Related Internet Standards and ICT Best Practices. What this working group has done, and also just like the procurement, thanks to the RIPE Community Fund that graciously funded all this work, is that if governments are to start procuring, there are probably 10,000 standards that need to be procured at some point in time. And it will probably be very overwhelming to explain to somebody who doesn't even know the first one exists. So we got together a team of experts and we asked them to list the most urgent existing open security standards out there. And it won't be a surprise that we asked the project manager of forum standardization to step in to help. But with people from India, from Latin America, from Singapore, and a few other countries, they got together and started talking. And through the past months, they came up with a list, which is on consultation since last Tuesday. But what we try to do is to provide decision takers and procurement officers involved in ICT procurement with a list containing these most urgent internet standards, so that they can actually have a tool to start working with and start understanding why this is so important. And then comes the working group I mentioned on the narrative. That is going to be another little component of this whole thing the IS3C is trying to produce. Next slide, please. So, and well, as I said, that there is a consultation going on since the 10th, and you are happy to join it. The link can be provided at any moment. It closes on Sunday, the 5th of November. But what is it exactly that we are consulting? Next slide, please. So what did our advisory panel do? First, they started to grasp what the meaning is. After that, they decided it needs scoping. And that scoping came down to four parts. And you can see that 3 of the 4 are the same as was presented just now by Annemieke. So the first one, these standards had to be interoperable. So that means that you do not only protect yourself, but you also protect somebody else. But somebody else also has to protect you. So it's about 2 sides that need protection to have an effect. The second one is they're all security related. So that leaves out a lot of other sort of standards. All these standards have to have an open process, so available for everybody. You don't have to pay for them, you can access them, you can start using them without having to become a member of an organization or without nothing. You can just find it on the internet and deploy them. And finally, they have to be proven as a success. So others must have deployed them as well, and successfully. And that's number 4 is different than from the forum standardization. You can see that this is an influence coming from other parties as well. When we decided on the scoping, we came to categories. And after a lot of discussions, we came to 4 categories. The first is data protection and privacy. The second, network and infrastructure security. The third, website and applications, web application security. And finally, communications security. And what was debated the most, should there be a 5th one on cloud security? Because that is one of the biggest topics out there and at this moment. But most of the experts said no, because these 4 categories go for the cloud. So we don't need a separate cloud component. They all function within the cloud. So cloud should adhere to these 4. So the next step was, when we had that, we could start thinking about which standards are actually going to be in that list. And that proved a lot easier than the scoping and the categories, but that was done in a few days and everybody more or less agreed, except the one said, I want that one and that one. But we want about 40, so that is manageable. And we have a concept list at this point in time. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to mention which are in there, but a lot have been mentioned by Annemieke, because the most urgent one will be in her list. But there are differences. So other people from other places in the world stressed another standard. And that is what we're going to do next. In this consultation document, we explain what we try to do. We motivate with arguments why we made the decisions that we make. But we want the wider community in the world to come in as well. Tell us if we scoped right, or give us very good arguments to change it. Make good arguments why we need another category, and suggest other standards. So if that happens, then in the second half of November, we come together as an expert team, and I am the coordinator. I'm not an expert. I'll tell a historian doing a lot of work in this field, but not at hardcore techniques. It's decision time. So we're going to decide, the experts are going to decide whether the standard will be in there or not, or that the categories are changed based on the arguments made. So hopefully by the half of December, we are able to present this tool and have another tangible outcome of this IGF process. And that then needs to be proliferated, and that's exactly what Mallory says. It is something that will go immediately under her report. We're going to present that as much as possible and share it with governments, and from there, hopefully, we'll get the traction to improve procurement policies in the near future. So that will be a second project, and with that, I conclude. Thank you, Olaf.
Perfect, thank you. I promised that there would be some question time, and I will allow for questions, but I hope there are none, because then we are exactly in the planned timescale again. I do have a question, but I'll leave it till after the session, so that yeah. Valerie, you just the mic, please.
I have a question about the testing website for, at least in the Netherlands, for websites, which is really working very well. I just tested my own website; it was 100%. So, so I won a T-shirt. And I think it would be a really good idea to, and that's what you're doing here as well, to promote the use of these kind of testing websites internationally. But there may also be some interesting advancements of the Dutch website. For instance, I'm thinking of a few more soft standards, such as accessibility, and maybe in the future testing the sustainability elements of your website. So I would love to make a strong case for including those kind of standards on that website as well.
I think that the people responsible are in the room.
Yeah, now
work? It doesn't work. Yeah. Well, we are not responsible for that, but people can apply those standards, and accessibility, of course, is already on it because it's obliged in the Netherlands. WCHG. And I know that there is developing in the Netherlands, also at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Infrastructure also, are combining internet.nl with other dashboards like accessibility. So people are thinking about it, but now it's a thing to get all the ideas together, because everyone is well, inventing the wheel again, and that's not good, of course. So it's a good issue you point out, Valerie. So there must be more experts together to combine that and in one dashboard. So we're pushing that as well. Good suggestion. Thank you.
Person at the mic was Valerie Frissen, just for the record. Good. Next part of the session, but I just noticed something. And we often forget that these sessions are made possible and accessible, actually, on that point of accessibility, by people doing real work. And I just saw a name in the Zoom room. Rochelle is doing the captioning. And I would like to thank Rochelle and her team for her hard work here, because it really makes a difference in these type of environments. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's appropriate. Satish, you have perspectives from India.
Thanks very much, Olaf. My name is Satish, and I'm from India. And I'm going to share 2 slides on what, or 3 slides on what we are trying to do in India, which is inspired again by the Dutch initiative. I'll skip this. So the background of what we're trying to do is that the first kind of step was in 2016 when some of us founded the India School on Internet Governance. And we started cooperating with the GFCE, with Martin. Martin and I were together in ICANN. So we kind of, we talked and, we decided to have a collaboration with the GFCE. So 2018, we had the first workshop. In fact, Olaf was there in Delhi for that workshop. This is a day 0 program of the India School on Internet Governance. And this workshop is called the Internet Infrastructure Initiative Workshop of GFCE, which is a global forum for cyber expertise. And we repeated these workshops 2018, 19, then 2 years of COVID, 22, and a couple of weeks back, 23, as day 0 events of INSIG. Now, the III workshop seeks to enhance justified trust in the internet by building awareness and capacity on internet-related international standards, norms, best practices. So in the 2023 edition, a couple of weeks back, we announced a new initiative called the India Internet Initiative, that is the Trusted India Internet Initiative, T3I, which tries to measure the compliance to the standards of Indian websites. Websites, DNS and email services, etc., to modern security standards. So what we did was we made a list of about 400 websites, the most popular websites in different categories, government and financial institutions, sports institutions, etc., etc. And then we ran it through internet.nl, kind of on a scripted basis. And we have these numbers now, preliminary numbers. We are trying to kind of completely explain these numbers. We're not going to release individual information of a particular website, but in these groups, we can actually compare. So we're getting a good picture of the current status of compliance, and it is pretty bad. So we are trying to kind of monitor this bunch every 6 months, and we will then see the kind of transition, what happens over the period of time. So in India, the whole digital thing is very, very important for us. India is betting heavily on digital technologies for its growth. It has made several strides in digital transformation. For example, the digital public infrastructure called India Stack, and multiple digital public goods, including when the COVID was there, we had this huge, website for vaccines. Now, India is one of the most populous country in the world, if not the most populous. And the India Stack, so whatever application we build, it has got to be scalable to that citizen scale, which is 1 billion plus. So these are really large applications, and these include financial, health, logistics, even in the smallest villages, we see people using mobile phones to transact money, move money. Now, some of us are very nervous when we see this growth. It is good in a way, but when you look at the underlying, the core internet itself, we find that they're not kind of complying to the latest standards. So this is actually worrying, and that is why we kind of thought about this initiative. This is completely based on volunteer work, and currently we're trying to raise some seed funding for recreating internet.nl kind of a thing for India. Now, India, as was mentioned about accessibility, we have some additional requirements. And one important thing is the multilingual part of it. And we also have something called the universal acceptance, which is a challenge. Now, this is when you create a domain name in a script other than Latin, say in Hindi, the Devanagari script, and you create an email out of it, and then we find that email does not work. It does not work in many websites. So the reason is that the programmers who created that software have not programmed for this kind of email IDs. So this is a huge problem. It doesn't even work in the big tech companies like Google. So we are trying. The ICANN is trying to now resolve that problem. But for India, when we want to test for these things, we have to test on these angles as well. So we're trying to add to the code, of course, while making it open source itself, so that other people can also use it. So we're trying to recreate the internet.nl with some more features that are specific to Indian requirements. And we plan to periodically run these tests and disseminate the results to all stakeholders in the country. And we hope to be kind of nudging or pushing them to kind of adopt these standards. As was mentioned earlier, India has, like many other countries, India has no law that says you have to comply with all this. So we're trying to work from bottom up through the community effort to kind of get these institutions to start implementing these standards. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
That was very fast. Well, we have more discussion time at the end now. Oh, yeah, I need to use the microphone, that's true. Yeah, thank you for that. That was very clear, very concise, and even comprehensive. Thank you. The Brazilian situation, Gilberto and Flavio. Let's see if Gilberto is audible. So, Gilberto on Zoom, can you speak something?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
We hear you
Perfect.
here. So I now hand over the microphone to you and to Flavio.
Okay. I'm sharing my presentation. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this event. I am Gilberto Zorello. I am a product manager from Brazilian Network Information Center, NIC.br, that implements the decisions and projects designed by Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, CGIBI, which is responsible for the coordination and integration of all internet service initiatives in the country. Okay. Presentation is about the top test os padrões in Portuguese, or test standards in English, based on the internet.nl tool in the security recommendations that must be adopted on networks on Brazil. NIC.br is proposing these standards to Brazil. That's the idea. That's our agenda for this presentation. Of NIC.br, the Brazilian Network Information Center, NIC.br, is a non-profit civil entity that since 2005 has been assigned with administrative and operational functions related to the .br domain in Brazil. In addition to providing and maintaining the domain names registration activity, NIC.br goes beyond similar entities in other countries. We invest in actions and projects that bring a series of benefits to improve the internet infrastructure in Brazil, with a revenue collected exclusively through the provision of the domain name registration. Some of our efforts are focused on many sectors of Brazilian society, disseminating knowledge about best practice to be adopted in networks and related areas. In some cases, we strengthen relationships with private, governmental, and non-profit entities to encourage the adoption of best practice to be adopted in internet services. The top project here in Brazil. The project was developed by NICBR to disseminate the best security practices in Brazil for websites, email, service, and user connection to internet. It uses the open source code provided by Dutch implementation. The project is part of the program of a safer internet in Brazil, which works with ISPs, internet service providers, and incumbent operators to disseminate the best security practices that they should implement on their respective networks. Then, TopBR, in Brazil, we are using in this program, as a part of this program, okay? The operation was started in December of 2021 and can be accessed by top.nic.br in this domain. A little about the program, okay? The program acts in support of the internet technical community in reduction of denial of service attacks. A CertPR, a team inside the NICBR, sends notification to the technical community here in Brazil about these problems. Improvement of the network routing security according to Manners recommendations. Manners is an Internet Society initiative. The program spreads DNS security best practices according to top recommendations, disseminate the best practices to configuring websites and email services according to top recommendations too. Encourage the implementation of IPv6 in final users and internet services using top as a testing tool. The plans of action performed by NICBR. We have several teams inside the NICBR, CertBR, security, Septro, internet products, register of domains, ix.br, and systems. These groups creates technical teaching materials and some good practices, raising awareness in the technical community by lectures, course, and training, having direct interaction with network operators by bilateral meetings to explain how to implement the best practice recommended in each situation. Defining KPIs to monitor the effectiveness of actions. That's the ideas of the plan. Some results of the plan now. We have some statistics. This statistic shows the quantity of IP addresses notified with misconfigured service. Note the reduction of since the beginning of the program, and now the reduction is about 70% of this kind of problems. The other issue that we work inside the program is implementation of manners in Brazil. Manners, this statistic shows the distribution by country of internet providers participating of manners initiative. Noted that Brazil has the largest number of participants is increasing every year. 25% of the manners participants comes from Brazil. And now we have some statistics for the top implementation. We started the end of 2021, and we have some. We are increasing the tests. This statistic shows the number of connection tests performed, the percentage of recursive DNS server and users with IPv6 implemented, the percentage of DNS services validating the protocol DNSSEC. Now we have some statistics about the website tests, the number of unique domains tested, the number of percentage of tests that passed by subtests, and the number of sites that get tested 100%, the Hall of Fame in our case. It is similar statistic for email tests. Many associations, ISPs, Internet Service Provider Associations, support the program here in Brazil, including, of course, TOP, and academia too. Academia is RNP, and the Connexis is incumbent operators association, and other association here are association of internet service providers. Brazil has more than 10,000 internet service providers, small and medium operators around the country. That's a specific situation of Brazil. Okay, we have, of course, incumbents responsible for about 50% of the internet traffic here in Brazil, and the rest of the traffic, these small and medium operators are responsible for the rest of the traffic in Brazil. Some remarks of the implementation. TOP was delivered in end of the 21st, currently running version 1.4 of internet.nl. Today, we don't have Security TXT yet and RPKI, okay? But the version 1.7 is implemented in test server. We are now validated the implementation. We intend to deliver the end of this year. The best practice recommended by the tool are recommended from NICBR to technical community in Brazil. The idea is this best practice NIC propose for the technical community in Brazil, together with best practices of manners and the best practice proposed by CERT.br. The tool is being disseminated together with the program in the country and at technical events for specific sectors such government, academia, internet operators. The accounting area of Brazil's legislature carried out many tests some months ago. The government is started using the tool to test their sites, but this is in the beginning. That's the point here in Brazil. The TOP tool provides important indications of the implementation status of recommended best practice and provides a baseline for operators to implement them in their networks. That's a main point of the TOP. They created this baseline in order this operator under this line, they work to get this baseline. This is a very important tool for our country. Brazil has continental dimensions, and it's a challenge to keep up with the evolution of the use of these standards here in Brazil. That's my short presentation. We are ready for any question if you have.
Thank you very much. Flavio, were you adding something or just for the questions? No, yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for this, Gilberto. Very good to have you with us. It's we are exactly on the dot on time. It's 2:45. Are there any questions? I'm looking around. I'm looking online. There was a question earlier whether these sessions are being recorded, and they are recorded and will be made available on the IGF website later. I do have a substantive question, though. I'm not quite sure who on the panel could answer that, and maybe somebody in the audience. Takes a little bit of introduction. In Europe, we have a regulation. It's quite involved. Regulation number 1025/2012. So this is a regulation from 2012, which allows the identification of technical specifications that are eligible for public procurement. There is a whole procurement law in Europe, which I'm not a specialist on. But the idea was that specifications that were not made by formal standards organizations, such as Senelec, ETSI, ISO, ITU, and national standards bodies, would need to be whitelisted, identified, in order to be used in European procurement, and perhaps even in the member states. I do not know exactly. The standards from fora and consortia are not by default on those lists. And the fora and consortia that we're talking about are IEEE, ITF, W3C, and all those type of things. When the forum was set up, we went through a quite extensive process to whitelist a number of standards, and DNSSEC is in there, DKIM is on there, IPv6 is on there. So there are a couple of them. But that standard, that process sort of halted. And so this is not to comment on that process, but more on the question, if you do procurement, do you run into the situation that the public authorities can only refer to standards made by formal standards bodies? That was a long-winded question, but I think that final question said it all. Yeah.
Walter Natris, that the only thing I can share with you here is that when we started the Dynamic Coalition, the Commission pointed us to a person in the Commission who was involved in this process with the member states. And when I talked to them, basically it came down to we're not doing very much anymore, because it took more than one and a half year to even start talking about an open standard, let alone deciding that it was validated by this commission. And this is the last news I have from 2 years ago, so I don't know what it is now, but they never came back online to me since. So maybe you know more, Alisa, but it was not an encouraging answer I got from these people. So that's what I know. The question is, of course, how did the Netherlands come up with the comply and complain list? Did they compel, whatever, I'm tired, sorry. But explain this, that were they validated, or were just decided it just makes common sense to have this on? Do you know?
Thank you. It's I don't know whether it's on that list. No, I don't know that European, because you said
the DNSSEC is on your list.
Yeah,
the
sorry, yeah, the DNSSEC is on our list.
But have they been whitelisted by the Dutch government first, or we just decided we have to have them on the list? Because in the Europe they are not validated in the European Commission.
Well, those standards are supplied by maintenance, other people. They offer the standard, like this is very important. So I'm not sure by head if it is IETF or who's doing it. Yeah, IETF. But a lot of organizations like NCSC, says this is a very important standard. We adjust it, and if more organizations in Holland says that, then it's proven experience that it is practiced. So that is one of the criteria in order to come the comply or explain list.
So I think we have a research question here, looking
Yes.
at Mallory.
Sure. Well, so I mean, just to say, this doesn't come up in our research because we weren't looking for it. It could be maybe a separate question that could, be done. I actually think the source material for this would be different as well, because it's maybe you're actually asking in practice, how does this work? It could also be qualitatively done. I will just say anecdotally, I know there are some US companies that when they're considering going for a contract with a government in Europe or tendering or so on, they will then often initiate the standardization then. So it may be just a consideration of workflow, right? If I've got a technology and I'd like procurement in the EU, then I need to demonstrate that the standards I'm using in this are either in existing bodies that have been listed, or that you can initiate the whitelisting at that point, or you've got technology that hasn't yet been standardized at all, and you might as well start doing it in Etsy, because that will be the quickest track. So I know that the companies have that calculus in their heads about how to go after contracts. So maybe that's another answer to the question, is it's not always a predetermined, oh, I know that this standard is going to be important in the European market. It might come only when the market entrant actually happens.
Are there other questions from the audience or from the panel? Oh, go ahead.
Thanks, Olaf. Walter Natus. Is Gerben still online?
Yes, he is.
Yes. Hi, Gerben. Who is it? How are you?
Also here.
I've got a question for you, because the internet.nl, the standards that are there are often something is added to it. What would be the next that you are thinking of, and how do you come to the decision to add specifically that standard? So what is the next phase for internet.nl?
Well, it is more or less the same as explained by Annemieke. Participants in the Dutch Internet Standards Forum can contribute by asking if the others agree that, for example, universal acceptance as one of the standards that we have considered should be added to our test environment. And then the process is simple. If everybody agrees that it is a good standard to dive into, the next step will be that we look into available tests already from the international community, open source. And if they are available, how well they would combine with internet.nl. Can we actually implement them in the test tool? And if not available, we look into the possibility to create our own code. And sometimes that works just as well as finding stuff already open source online. But sometimes you also have to conclude, for example, in relation to the accessibility standards, that they do not integrate too well in our current test environment. So then we decide to promote them. So have a news item featuring universal acceptance or the accessibility standards. And we will keep them more or less as spares for the future whenever we have the resources or the technology available to include them. That's more or less the process.
And as we learned from the other session, sometimes there was another session on internet.nl this week. Sometimes it's just impossible to measure something like route validation. We were talking about routing security in that session. Looking around once more, going, gone. That ends this panel. I think what we learned here is that there are tools to increase the visibility of the standards that are needed to secure our global environment. name and shame in the form of Internet NL, more name than shame, granted, but also procurement methodologies, making sure that the initiative is felt where it's felt most, namely in the wallet. And I think these are great initiatives. I think that the next thing that needs to happen is that more countries or environments or regions start using tools like this. So we have another deployment issue that we need to tackle. And with that, I leave that in the good hands of the Dynamic Coalition and would like to all thank you for being here. Have safe travels home and have a good sleep. Huh? The consultation, yes, yeah. The consultation, you saw, maybe that slide can be reprojected quickly.
Let me just tell it that we have a website, www.is3coalition.org. The reports that I mentioned can be found there, and the consultation is announced there. It has a link to a Google Doc where everything is included, and everybody is allowed to, has that link, is allowed to make remarks. And we close it on the 5th of November. Thank you for the opportunity again, Olaf.